You're watching CNN. I'm Julia Chatterley in New York. Putin has a high price to pay for brutal aggression. The words of European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen as she announced a sixth round of sanctions against Russia. The EU is now proposing a ban on Russian oil imports and the removal of Russia's biggest bank from the SWIFT payment network. The package of measures must be approved by all EU member states. We'll have more on this shortly. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, heavy battles are being fought at the Azovstal steel plant, according to Mariupol's mayor. He says contact has been lost with the last Ukrainian defenders there. Hundreds of civilians remain trapped, although officials say more evacuations are underway. A convoy of buses are currently making the 140-mile journey northwest to Zaporizhzhia in efforts led by the UN and the Red Cross. Officials say private vehicles will be able to join them. And new video shows Ukrainian forces targeting Russian military positions on Snake Island using a drone. The strikes appear to land between a building and a communications tower. Another location appears to have housed explosives. It's unclear exactly when the attacks took place, though CNN has geolocated and verified the video as authentic. Later in the show, we'll hear from the CEO of drone manufacturer AeroVironment on how its technology is changing the face of war. For now, let's talk EU sanctions package 6 with Claire Sebastian. Claire, the EU Commission President pulling no punches. Just take a listen.
This sends another important signal to all perpetrators of the Kremlin. We know who you are. We will hold you accountable. You're not getting away with this. Putin must pay a price, a high price, for his brutal aggression.
Claire, we have to be specific. This is an oil embargo. It's not gas, which of course has the greater power, but it is still something very important. The question is, are all nations on board?
No, is the answer to that, Julia. Yes, this is one of, if not the most powerful weapon that the EU is set to deploy against Russia in its sort of economic war that it's been waging. But they do need unanimity in the Council. Discussions are going on right now. And we know that, for example, Hungary has said all along that they do not want to bring in an embargo on Russian energy. They say they just cannot do without it. So reliant are they on this. And we have a somewhat ominous tweet from the government spokesperson today. Zoltan Kovacs has said, we don't see any plans or guarantees on how a transition could be managed based on the current proposals, he said, and how Hungary's energy security would be guaranteed. So despite reports, Julia, that perhaps there could be an exemption for Hungary and possibly also Slovakia, which is very reliant on Russian energy, perhaps an extension of this phased out embargo, he's seeming to suggest that they are not currently seeing anything that would be satisfactory to them in these proposals. We won't know, of course, until we see the final text and until perhaps the EU Council adopts this, which will come after anonymity. So still not clear as of yet, but it's not looking like unity right now.
And the ambassadors meeting today as well, so we'll watch to see what they say. The EU's also, I saw, looking at ways perhaps to provide military support to neighbouring Moldova as well. Clearly, I'm sure they're going to want to be very careful to make this look like defence, not offence, but an interesting move nonetheless.
Yeah, they're being careful what they say here. This came from EU Council President Charles Michel, who met with Moldova's president today. He said that some decisions have already been taken to enhance support in the fields of the likes of logistics and cyber defense, but he wouldn't go any further than that. He said at risk of escalation. The context here, if you can see, is that Moldova obviously borders Ukraine. The government in Moldova is pro-EU, but there is a pro-Russian separatist territory called Transnistria, which borders Ukraine. There have been some explosions in that territory recently, which sort of both sides has blamed on each other. But there was a comment cited by state media from a Russian general recently who said that control of the southern border of Ukraine could give them access to Transnistria. And that has raised concerns, Julia, that Russia may open up another front in this conflict. So clearly something that the EU wants to try to sort of buffer Moldova against.
Yes, and this time acting early perhaps rather than late. Claire Sebastian, thank you for that. Now back to that breaking news this morning. Mariupol's mayor says heavy battles have broken out at the Azovstal steel plant and contact has been lost with Ukrainian defenders. Scott McLean is in Lviv and joins us with the latest. Scott, what do we know about the situation there? Clearly, it's at the same time as those evacuation attempts continue.
Yeah, exactly, Julia. So first on the evacuation tents, a local official said earlier today that there are some convoys moving out of the city. They'll make several stops en route to Zaporizhia. What was not made clear, though, is whether or not anyone on those convoys is coming from the Azovstal steel plant. People were evacuated from there over the weekend, more than 100 people. They just arrived in Zaporizhia yesterday. But at this stage, there is no indication that there's going to be a second round of evacuations, and there are still perhaps hundreds of people trapped inside of that steel plant. The mayor of Mariupol saying just today, Julia, that there are 30 children in there, and making the point that people continue to die, including 2 young women. We're not entirely certain of their ages, but who were killed earlier this week in some of the strikes on that site. And so even though people are underground, given the level of bombardment, given the fact that there's rubble and parts of it that are caving in, it is anything but safe at this stage of the game. And the mayor said that things are only getting worse. He says that the Russians are now hitting it with artillery, tanks, air bombing as well. And they've even moved a ship closer to the plant, which is on the coast of Mariupol. And now they're hitting it using that ship as well. And so the mayor says that he has lost contact with the fighters on the ground. That is certainly not a good sign for those evacuation corridors right now, Julia.
No, and one would presume they're busy as well in defence. Scott, very quickly, I want to ask you about your experience being in Lviv last night. There were explosions there too.
Yeah, that's right. So these came just before dark. I heard 3 explosions myself. And the sound was absolutely unmistakable. We're in the center of the city. It turns out the closest one was about 4 miles here, 6 kilometers roughly, from this area. There were strikes in the east, in the south, and the west. And shortly after those explosions were heard, you could hear the dark smoke rising on the horizon in several different directions. It turns out that these were electrical power substations. The one that we were at was right next to a set of rail tracks. The rail tracks themselves, it appears, were not actually damaged, but the power was lost to large swaths of the city, according to the mayor, who says that it has now all been restored. There were also briefly some issues with water because those power stations supplied power to the pumping stations, which provide the water for the city. The city, before the war, had already built a backup generator for those, so the water was turned on pretty quickly. The power now also on as well. It appears, at least according to the Pentagon spokesperson, that the Russians are trying their best to hit rail infrastructure to try to cut off perhaps movement east-west of weapons. Moscow made it clear again today that any shipment of weapons that is moving throughout Ukraine, even if it is from NATO, that is fair game for airstrikes. And so it is very likely we'll see these kind of strikes again, Julia.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that wherever you are, nowhere is truly safe, particularly when we're talking about key infrastructure. Scott, quickly, some extraordinary comments from Pope Francis in an Italian newspaper interview, telling the head of the Russian Orthodox Church not to be Putin's altar boy. What do we make of this?
Yeah, there's a lot coming out of this interview, Julia. Yesterday, the Pope was talking about May 9th and his conversations with Viktor Orban of Hungary, and the fact that he said that maybe the war would be over by May 9th. Now we have these revelations, and the Pope's really striking criticism of the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, who's found all kinds of reasons to justify this war, essentially saying that it is an extension of the culture clash between Russia and the very liberal West, as Russia would put it. And so the Pope said that he had a conversation with him for about 40 minutes. For the first 20 minutes, he said that he listened while he was telling him all these things and the reasons for justifying the war. And he said bluntly, look, we don't work for the state, we work for Jesus. And so making all of these justifications on behalf of Putin is not what we ought to be doing, and that he shouldn't be Putin's altar boy, meaning that the head of the church obviously should retain the power to make moral judgments on things, not Vladimir Putin, Julia.
Yes, all sorts of implications there. And I will say, I believe in the latest EU sanctions package number 6, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church may be included in those sanctions and targeted specifically. So we'll wait for more details on that. Scott, great to have you with us. Thank you. Scott McLean there, live in Lviv. Now, the UN says over 5.6 million people have fled Ukraine since the Russian invasion began. It expects that number to increase to more than 8 million people. The number of people displaced within the country even greater. Many who refuse to leave have already lost everything, including their homes, as Sam Kiley reports.
Since Russian rockets destroyed her home and killed her brother, all she has left is her mother and her life.
All at once, grads started falling one by one. There were explosions everywhere. Opposite the kitchen in a house, the windows and frame blew into a room. We are standing there. My brother was making the sign of the cross, and I'm shouting. I turned away from him to look at the house, and then another rocket hit, and I was trapped under the rubble. I can't see my brother anymore. I fell, and I don't even know how I woke up and started pulling myself out. I'm all scratched and battered. I yelled, "Vitya, Vitya," but he was gone.
Ludmila's home was flattened in Lysychansk during the battle for Rubizny, which is now in Russian hands. Putin's forces have been driving southeast along the Donetsk River and south from Izium. Russia's stated aim is to capture all of the Donbass, and that includes Luhansk and Donetsk provinces. The governor of Luhansk says that Ukraine can hold the Russians back, for now. But he says we need powerful long-range artillery, and that unfortunately is not here yet, and it could completely change the whole war. Without the heavy weapons already promised by the US and other Western allies, he says, the Russians will destroy everything with artillery and mortars. They destroy with aircraft, they use helicopters. They're just wiping everything off the face of the earth, so there's nothing left to hang on to. For Ukraine, this is an existential battle. Reinforcements are being rushed to the front lines, but there's no sign of the heavy weapons needed to block a Russian advance, much less reverse it. The doctor says Ludmila will be moved west for more treatment, but her fate and that of her 96-year-old mother is unknown. We simply cannot physically handle so many wounded with such severe injuries, he says. This elderly woman, a victim of Russian shelling that morning, joins the ward. And more than 13 million other Ukrainians have fled their homes to escape Ludmila's fate.
I was brought here naked. I have nothing at all. No money, no documents, nothing.
Yet her very survival is a small victory over Putin, because she's been neither beggared nor beaten. Sam Kiley, CNN, in Bakhmut.
OK, let me bring you up to speed with some of the other stories making headlines around the world. A disturbing new video from Shanghai fueling accusations of police mismanagement and heavy-handedness amid China's COVID crisis. Police are seen barging into an apartment and removing 2 women who officials claim had tested positive for the disease. The women were sent to a quarantine centre. They said their tests were inconclusive. Selena Wang joins us now from Kunming, China, where she herself is in quarantine. Selena, I'm counting for you. It's day 12, though I know you don't need reminding. You know, when you look at videos like that, it's no surprise they're being accused of heavy-handedness, particularly as we start to see COVID numbers coming down, it seems, according to their data.
Well, and what that video really points to is so many conversations I've had with people in Shanghai, which is that they're not so much scared of getting COVID, but what's going to happen to them if they test positive, because all positive COVID cases in Shanghai, with no exception, are sent to government quarantine facilities, and many of them are in poor, unsanitary conditions with many, many beds crammed together. Not exactly a place where you want to go to recover for COVID. So in that video, you saw those police literally kicking down, breaking this resident's door into pieces, barging in to say that she needed to be transferred to this quarantine facility. And that woman is protesting, saying that she had received approval for a retest and that she needed to wait for that result to come back because, of course, she doesn't want to get sent to that quarantine facility. Now, we don't know, Julia, what ultimately ended up happening to this woman, but no surprise, it's fueling a lot of frustration, and residents really see it as another example of the dysfunction of the lockdown in Shanghai. Many have been locked in their homes for more than a month now, and as the days drag on, anxiety grows. And all of this as Beijing continuing to ramp up restrictions in the capital. They're effectively shutting down the city's biggest district, Taoyang, which is home to a lot of key business and diplomatic areas. They're suspending transportation there. They're telling people to work from home. This is as the capital has also indefinitely extended the closure of large entertainment venues, as well as banning in-restaurant dining. So Beijing trying to desperately avoid the failures of that lockdown in Shanghai.
It's a vital point, Selena, well made. It's not COVID anymore. It's what happens afterwards and the handling of it. Selena Wang, thank you, as always. South Korea and Japan say North Korea has fired a ballistic missile off its eastern coast. It flew around 500 kilometers before falling into the sea. This is Pyongyang's first launch since Kim Jong-un pledged to further develop its nuclear arms. CNN's Will Ripley joins us now from Taipei. Well, it may be the first since then, but it's the 14th launch, I believe, this year. They well and truly have ramped up the number of launches that they're carrying out.
I think it'll only be a matter of time, Julia, before we get to 14. This is actually technically the 13th weapons test of the year, but still that number is more than 2020 and 2021 combined. There was also a failed test back in March as well, a missile that they believed they tried to launch, but it blew up shortly after takeoff. This one, that was not the case. You mentioned how far it traveled, 470 kilometers or so, landing in the waters outside of Japan's exclusive economic zone at a maximum altitude, Julia, of more than 780 kilometers. That's, basically almost 500 miles above the Earth, which puts this missile potentially in ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile range. Now, we won't know for sure what kind of missile North Korea claims they launch until their state media publishes a news report and photos. That usually happens about 24 hours after the launch. So we'll certainly be looking in the early evening hours Eastern time, early morning hours here in the region to see if the Rodong Sinmun newspaper publishes any images of this and gives more details. But if this is an ICBM, this of course would be yet another major provocation for North Korea. They tested an ICBM back on March the 24th. It was the first test of a weapon that big in more than 4 years, Julia. The question, why is Kim doing this? Why is he vowing to grow his nuclear arsenal? Is he plotting something? Well, every indication I've had talking to analysts and also my trips to North Korea is that no, these weapons are for deterrence, to try to prevent the United States from moving in. Much like Russia has moved into Ukraine, ironically, North Korea believes that the United States could do that if they gave up their nukes, and so they say these weapons are for deterrence, but that they're not afraid, Julia, to use them if they feel provoked.
And that's the challenge. Well, good job I've got you tracking this accurately for me. Thank you for that. Will Ripley in Taipei there. Great to have you with us. Okay, across to the United States now. Tempers on both sides of the political aisle continue to flare over a Supreme Court draft opinion that was leaked late Monday. It shows the court may be poised to overturn law that protects abortion rights nationwide. Some critics say striking down Roe versus Wade could impact other civil rights laws. Others argue the breach could damage the court's integrity. Johnny Depp's ex-wife, Amber Heard, is expected to testify soon in a courtroom in Virginia. Depp is suing Heard for $50 million, saying she falsely accused him of committing domestic violence. Heard is countersuing. The judge denied Heard's motion to dismiss the case yesterday after Depp's attorneys rested their case. And straight ahead, weapons, weapons and more weapons. That was what Ukraine wanted from the West. Germany's finance minister on Berlin's response. And drones are such a game changer for Ukraine that people are devoting songs to them and naming pets after them. I speak to the CEO behind the Switchblade kamikaze drone. That's coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back. As the EU unveils more sanctions on Russia, including an oil embargo, the focus now shifts to May 9th and what Putin may decide to do to mark Victory Day, adding pressure on the West to provide more vital weaponry. That, of course, has been a challenge for Germany. Earlier this week, in my exclusive interview with Finance Minister Christian Lindner, I asked him if Berlin's relative restraint was endangering the security of Ukraine, Germany and NATO.
We don't feel pushed by our allies and our partners. I don't feel any feeling of being pushed, frankly. We are cooperating very closely with our partners in NATO and G7 and European Union. Germany is doing what others are doing, not less, not more at the moment, because we need this very close cooperation, because we are threatened by a nuclear power that Russia still is. On the other hand, we can supply Ukraine with military equipment by using the equipment from former Soviet Union origins in Europe, and we are strengthening these partnerships. And well, the key priority for us is to stay together with the US, with our NATO allies, and we do what they do. We seek for close cooperation in supporting Ukraine when it comes to military supplies and economically. And we share the perspective that Ukraine has to win this war, because they are fighting not only for their right to choose their way in the future, they are fighting for our common values as liberal democracies.
What does it mean if they don't, Minister, if Ukraine doesn't win this war?
They will win this war, and Putin won't win this war. Putin achieved only one thing. He brought the liberal democracies closer together in the G7, in NATO, and in European Union. And I would be happy if this is the lasting achievement of Putin, bringing the liberal democracies together and to open a path for Ukraine in the close partnership to European Union and other members of the League of Liberal Democracies in the world.
And as a minister, finally, are you on a personal crusade to end Germany's indirect funding of this war and to end its reliance on Russian energy?
Well, it is a very complex question, and it's very difficult to answer it only left or right. Our advantage in this tension with Russia, in the time of a terrible war in Ukraine, and the only responsibility for this war is Putin. The only one who is responsible is Putin. It's very, very difficult to answer your question only one way, left, right. I'm convinced our economic strength is an advantage in this situation. We are stronger than Russia, than Putin's Russia is. And it would not be responsible to risk our strengths as an advantage in comparison to Russia. We need this economic strength to support Ukraine and to support Ukraine after the war when it comes to building up the country, and to lead Ukraine or to invite Ukraine to a close partnership to European Union.
More to come. Stay with CNN. Welcome back. And the opening bell just ringing on Wall Street. All the major averages advancing for a third straight session, even as the Federal Reserve gets set to raise rates by 0.5 percentage point later today. The Fed, of course, though, not the only central bank pulling economic support to contain inflation spikes. India central bank announcing almost 0.5 percentage point rate hike today. Australia also raising rates for the first time in more than a decade. And the Bank of England also set to raise rates for the fourth straight time tomorrow. In earnings, Starbucks results holding up well in the face of inflationary pressures. Shares, as you can see, higher by some 6.8% after the firm beat on sales. That said, they did pull their full-year guidance due to uncertainty over China. Chinese sales falling more than 20% last quarter due to the COVID lockdowns. And a reminder of our top story today, the EU discussing a sixth round of sanctions against Moscow, including a proposal to ban Russian oil. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying Putin must pay a high price. And in Mariupol, Ukraine, the mayor says new battles have broken out at the Azovstal plant, where many civilians remain trapped. Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials say more evacuations are underway today. And also strong words from Pope Francis, the pontiff, warning the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church not to become, quote, Putin's altar boy. Now, Ukraine has released a new video of drone strikes on at least 2 military positions on the Russian-occupied Snake Island. The island was one of the first targets taken by Russians. Now drones are helping Ukraine fight back. Drones are a key part of military aid packages being sent to Ukraine by the West. Among them is the Switchblade kamikaze drone. It's made by AeroVironment, the leading drone supplier to the US military. Its Switchblade drones come in 2 sizes. The Switchblade 300, light and can be carried in a backpack, and has a 15-minute flying range. The bigger Switchblade 600 can fly for up to 40 minutes and can take out tanks and armoured vehicles. The firm has also won a $90 million worth of US defence contracts to provide reconnaissance drones to Ukraine. Joining us to discuss is Wahid Nawabi. He's Chairman, President and CEO of AeroVironment. Wahid, fantastic to have you on the show with us. Just explain why drones have become so pivotal in Ukraine's defence against the Russian invasion.
Good to be with you, Julia. Switchblade is a new and disruptive class of missiles called loitering missiles. And these missiles have very unique features, unlike any other missile category in its history. First and foremost, you can launch it without having a target already identified. You can go away from the launch site within minutes, so you can disappear. It'll fly 10 times further than a Javelin, the Switchblade 600, for example. And then you can look for the target, and you almost have a little bit less than an hour to look and loiter to find the right target. And once the operator designates the target, the computer system and the highly sophisticated sensors on board essentially does the rest. And then the operator can designate the target, and then Switchblade is extremely precise and lethal. And it also has another patent pending technology, which allows you to actually wave off and regret or come out of that mission all the way till the last few seconds of the mission. This is unheard of in any other class of missile, and that's why drones, or kamikaze drones as they refer to, loitering missiles like Switchblade, has become so important in this conflict.
I mean, it looks like you're changing the direction and making decisions in real time there. How easy is it perhaps to try and shoot them down or in some way disrupt them via cyber technology?
So it is extremely difficult, if not even impossible. These drones are electrically powered. They have very low radar signatures. They travel lower speeds relative to other rocket launch missiles. They can loiter, and there are electric motors on them. So the ability for the adversary or enemy to detect them or even identify them is extremely low. Shooting them down is even more difficult, and we do not know a single case in the history of Switchblade for a decade plus that any of these missiles have been ever shot down from the sky. And their efficacy is incredibly unique. You're talking a missile that has software and algorithms that you can pinpoint at the angle, in which direction, and what altitude you want to hit the target. And if you don't like it, you can, as an operator, you can always go back out, loiter, and come back from a different angle, a different time, and a different method of achieving the same outcome.
Wow, I think is my response to that. Can you give us a sense of numbers? How many have already been provided in terms of the 300, the smaller, and the 600? And Wahid, how many could you provide, hypothetically, assuming the supply chain holds up? Because I'm imagining when I'm looking at this kind of technology, microprocessors, supply chain challenges today also surely must feature into what you can produce and what you can provide in terms of numbers. Does this kind of technology need to be segregated and you prioritized if we want to provide more?
Absolutely. So the first question is, the U.S. military has publicly stated that they have so far provided hundreds of these Switchblade 300 and 600. I'm not in a position to disclose the details because of the safety and security of our customers and their missions. We are working directly with the State Department, with the Pentagon, and with the White House on helping them equip the Ukrainians with more of these. I've also been in touch with the ambassador of Ukraine, with the military attaché, with the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, who would like to have thousands of these because they know how unique and how disruptive this missile is. Besides its ability to take out the target with high precision from long standoff distances and with incredible efficacy, it is also something that it actually affects the psyche of the warfighter on your enemy side, because it's a missile you can't see. You can't tell where it's coming from. You can't detect it. You cannot hear it. All of that really, really creates havoc in the minds and morale of the troops if you're the adversary. So in this regard, they would like thousands of these. And in terms of your last question, we have the capacity to manufacture thousands of these, a dedicated manufacturing site right here in the United States. These are designed and manufactured on the US. However, we do need help with two things. One, expedited contracting from the US DoD to be able to procure these and provide these to our customers. And two, priority orders. There are different levels of priority within the US defense industry or organization for priority of orders. A DO or DX order will put you on the top of the supply chain. Since we use the most advanced microprocessors and semiconductors and microelectronics, we do need priority because some of the components on these devices, they're made by the millions. However, the supply is increasingly in high demand, and we need priority to produce these faster. However, the production capacity that we have is really, really significant. We can manage that quite well, but we need help with expedited contracts with higher degree of priority, and we need help with supply chain prioritization so we can get the parts to make more of these faster.
Got it. It's an important message to be sending. I can't help it, as we're having this discussion, reminding myself, and I'm sure many of our viewers will be thinking the same, we're talking about the manufacture of technology that is being used potentially to kill people, whoever's side and the wrongs and the rights of the situation is, Wahid. And so I do think it's important for us to understand and to get your sense of that, but also to understand your story, which is quite astonishing because you were born in Afghanistan. You were forced to flee as a 14-year-old boy. You had three sisters who you personally, as a child, man of 14, managed to get safely from Afghanistan to India. And I've read your story, and it's quite breathtaking what you managed to do as a child. So your journey to this point has been very long, and this kind of situation is very personal to you. And I do think it's important for our viewers to understand that too, and the responsibility that you have today.
Absolutely, Julia. So first and foremost, we take the decision of what we make and design and provide as an organization very seriously, a moral responsibility. Switchblade is the least collateral damage missile system that I've ever known, and it's ever known in the entire industry of missiles. The fact that you can pinpoint it, you can wave it off in regret and come back out, it literally saves lives. It has, in the last decade, saved thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent lives. And it actually is incredibly effective in taking out the adversaries, the bad guys. So this is the best option that you would have to defend yourself, in our view. And that's why we're really focused and committed to this product, and that's why it's so disruptive. In terms of personal, of course, this is business, and this is a moral responsibility that we all have in the West and around the world to protect our freedoms, our values, and what we stand for. But I did leave Afghanistan in the early 80s as a 14-year-old with three younger sisters, alone, fled the country because of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The pain and the suffering that the Afghans have gone through for the last 4 decades started with the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. And we all know what happened in Afghanistan. And I'm a firm believer that the Ukrainians are going to prevail, and they are going to fight just like as hard as the Afghans did. And we're here to support them, and we defend them, and we stand by our country, by our allies, and with the Ukrainian people. I have seen it firsthand. I mean, I left with nothing. Literally, my life changed in a matter of 2 days. It took me 48 days by many, many different means to get out of Afghanistan, through Pakistan into India, and ran into my parents in New Delhi in a bus station. And so came to the United States, and life has very mysterious ways of working itself out in coincidences. And, but that's just my personal story, and it's not the most, remarkable one whatsoever. There are millions of other stories like mine in Afghanistan today, in the last 4 decades, and also in Ukraine today, and many other parts of the world. And we, as countries who are free, who enjoy these freedoms and have the ability to help, we need to do this as a moral and ethical responsibility more than anything else.
Wahid, great to have you on the show. Wahid Nawabi there, Chairman, President and CEO of AeroVironment, sir, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Good to be with you, Julia.
Good to have you. Coming up, despite challenges caused by Russia's war on Ukraine, Maersk delivering its best earnings quarter. The CEO of the shipping giant, next. Welcome back. Shipping giant Maersk posting a record profit in the first quarter despite taking a $700 million hit to its earnings tied to Russia. The company's net profit more than doubled to $6.8 billion. Revenues jumped 55% as container freight costs continue to rise. Last week, Maersk raised its outlook for the full year. And I'm pleased to say, joining us now, the CEO of Maersk, Søren Skou. Søren, fantastic to have you on the show as always, and congrats on another great quarter. We'll talk about that in a second, but I do want to hone in on what's going on in Russia. I think my takeaway from this is it's difficult to manage at the best of times. It's difficult to exit a business, and you're being incredibly conservative and taking the value of those assets down to zero in the interim.
Yes, we decided quite early after Russia invaded that we had to get out of Russia. We simply cannot continue to serve and provide critical infrastructure for a country that is invading its neighbor. So we just started to unwind our business, and we had our last ship call to Russia earlier this week. So we're now completely out of Russia. The assets we have in the country, we have written down to zero, and we're in the process of selling them as best we possibly can in the coming months and quarters.
Are you worried about those assets being confiscated, taken?
That we don't think so. The biggest single asset we have is a 31% stake in a company that owns ports in Russia. That's actually a company that is domiciled in Cyprus, and so we don't necessarily think that they will be confiscated at this point, at least.
You also said that you're trying to do this responsibly, and I do think that's important, and it ties to your employees there. How are you handling the situation for them too? Because that is also delicate.
Well, first, let me say that we do not hold our employees and colleagues in Russia responsible for the actions of their president. So we want to do this in a responsible manner. About a third of our office-based colleagues in Russia, we have actually offered jobs outside Russia, and for the remaining, we have provided quite, if you will, generous severance packages to hopefully tide them over until they get a better situation.
Yeah, and I know you've also been helping, I believe, GM and Ford ship transport vehicles to Ukraine to assist with evacuations too, which I wanted to note for our viewers. Let's talk about your broader numbers now as well. I mean, I mentioned that you'd raised guidance for the full year. You also talked about perhaps a stabilisation of shipping costs in the second half of this year, or at least the presumption. Is that based on bottlenecks, perhaps still challenges in that regard, or is it based on perhaps slowing growth, or both?
Well, we actually have quite low visibility to the second half. There are many factors at play. We do expect demand to come down, driven by a number of factors, but certainly if we look at consumer confidence index, if you look at the PMI numbers, they're trending clearly down. We have inflation, and in China we also have a very tough corona policy where even small outbreaks are responded to by hard lockdown measures, which also has the potential to reduce volume. So we see the likelihood of demand coming down, and that will help ease congestion, and potentially already from the beginning of the second half. But that part is more an assumption for our guidance than it is prediction, because it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, of course. How dramatic is that slowdown, that sort of demand pulse that you're seeing, particularly in the China region? Because you, of everyone, I think perhaps have the best sense of that, given the number of ports and port access that you have there. Because I know one of the big questions we're asking here is whether, as we see central banks start to raise interest rates and clamp down on some of the pricing pressures, the risk is that perhaps they go too far and create a recession or recessionary environment. How concerned are you by that? Is that a risk on your radar?
Well, I'm not a macroeconomist, but we clearly also in Maersk see that there's some risk of a recession in 2023, or perhaps even already in the very last quarter of this year. But it's only some risk. It's not a sure thing. We clearly see all these drivers of demand trending negative. So recession risk, consumer confidence, PMI confidence. At the same time, supply side constraints in China, potentially because of Corona, and then finally, I think most of us probably have shopped more goods during the pandemic than we need, and we can't buy any more furniture or new TV screens or whatnot. So we probably see the risk on the demand side in the coming 6 to 12 months in our business.
Yes, guilty on the over-acquiring point that you just made there. And you may not be a macroeconomist in your book, but you've got a real feel. So you've valued more highly on this show, I promise you. So great to chat to you, sir. Congrats again on another great quarter. The CEO of Maersk there.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, coming up, the Fed strikes back. Jedi Jerome Powell aiming his lightsaber at inflation on this May the 4th. Today's interest rate decision not so far away. Stay with us.
Of course, we'll be with you.
So today is May the 4th, better known as Star Wars Day for fans, a key day for the inflation wars too. The US Federal Reserve hopes the 4th is with them as members get set to raise rates by the largest amount in decades and begin the process of winding down their multi-trillion-dollar balance sheet. US stocks pretty volatile in early trade as we await the central bank decision and the first in-person news conference from Fed Chair Powell since the pandemic began. Rahel Solomon joins us now, has her own lightsaber ready. Great to have you with us. We are expecting him to raise interest rates by 0.5 percentage point today, but that's not really the question. The question is, can they hike interest rates without getting a Death Star outcome here for those that know, and that is creating a recession? What does history tell us, Rahel?
Julia, it's a great point. We haven't seen rates go up this much since 2000, some 22 years ago. But yes, the question on everyone's mind is, can they do it? Can they sort of achieve a soft landing, as it's called, raise inflation, or raise rather rates without triggering a recession? Well, Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, says that history provides some grounds for optimism. Bill Dudley, however, the former president of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, not so optimistic. Take a listen.
The chances of pulling off are very, very low because they have to push up the unemployment rate. And in the past, when you've pushed up the unemployment rate, you've almost never been able to avoid a full-fledged recession.
So in a speech in late March, Fed Chair Powell pointed to 3 episodes that pointed or provided some grounds for optimism. He pointed to 1965, 1984, and 1994 as examples of when the Fed was able to raise rates and not trigger a recession. But Julia, even those dates are in dispute, with some like Piper Sandler and others saying that really only 1994 is a true example of a soft landing. Listen, whether it's one example in recent history or 3, Julia, I think everyone can agree this is going to be a challenging landing for the Fed in this environment that we find ourselves in. In fact, even Powell in that late March speech, saying that, listen, no one expects that bringing about a soft landing will be straightforward in the current context. Very little is straightforward in the current context, adding, my colleagues and I will do our very best to succeed in this challenging task. And Julia, may the 4th for sure be with him.
Yeah, and everybody else as we hang on tight, quite frankly. Rahel, great job. Thank you. Are you a Star Wars fan, by the way?
I can't say that I am, and
No.
I am just ready for
job.
the Twitter hate mail now that I have admitted that.
Thank you. All right, and finally, from drones to dogs on this show, and another sign of how Western allies are helping Ukrainians defend their country. Police dog trainers in the United States are providing body armor for dogs working in dangerous areas with police officers, combat engineers and border guards. Ukrainian officials say the vests don't interfere with the dog's movement, but protect them from debris, weapons and bullets. They're very brave animals, and I salute them. That's it for the show. If you've missed any of our interviews today, they'll be on my Twitter and Instagram pages. Search for @JChatterley CNN. Connect the World with Becky Anderson up next.
just over 100 civilians, the first to leave the basement of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, bringing with them stories of the circle of hell they lived in underground for weeks.
Well, these were the lucky ones. For the rest still stuck in the Azovstal steel plant, the situation is desperate. And
I was brought here naked. I have nothing at all. No money, no documents, nothing.
Yeah.
the harrowing story of one survivor of Russia's war who barely escaped an artillery attack. Plus,
this sends another important signal to all perpetrators of the Kremlin. We know who you are. We will hold you accountable.
with the war continuing into day 70, the European Union is considering new sanctions, including a ban on Russian oil. I'm Eleni Jakos in Abu Dhabi. Welcome to Connect the World. Now, after months of holding out against all odds, the situation inside the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol appears to have reached a new level of desperation. A short time ago, Mariupol's mayor said contact has now been lost with Ukrainian fighters inside the plant, and they are the besieged city's last line of defense. The mayor also reports heavy battles all around the plant, and he says 30 children are among the hundreds of civilians still trapped inside, all waiting on negotiations for a new evacuation mission. Earlier today, a new evacuation convoy did depart Mariupol for Zaporizhia. A Ukrainian official in Donetsk says the convoy will pick up more civilians along the way, and private vehicles can also join. Now, more than 120 people evacuated from the steel plant arrived in Zaporizhia Tuesday. Of course, we covered the story extensively. Now, it's not clear if today's evacuees are from the plant or among the thousands of others in Mariupol who have endured months of relentless Russian shelling. Ukraine's president talking about the dire situation in Mariupol in his nightly address.
Of course, we will continue to do everything to get all our people out of Mariupol and Azovstal. It's difficult, but we need everyone who stays there, civilians and soldiers. There was not a day that we did not address this issue, that our people didn't try to solve this issue.
And meantime, the deputy mayor of Lviv in western Ukraine says electricity in the city has been completely restored after Russian cruise missiles hit 3 power stations. And he says Russia fired nearly 20 missiles towards Ukraine from the Caspian Sea as it increasingly targets Ukraine's infrastructure. Now, Europe may be about to take its most drastic steps so far to punish Russia for invading Ukraine. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says, finally, we now propose a ban on Russian oil. She emphasizes it will not be easy. She suggests phasing it out in an orderly fashion to maximize pressure on Russia while minimizing the impact on Europe's economies. Take a listen.
This sends another important signal to all perpetrators of the Kremlin. We know who you are. We will hold you accountable. You're not getting away with this. Putin must pay a price, a high price, for his brutal aggression.
Right, so stark warning there, but it won't be easy indeed, and every country in the EU would have to sign off on the ban. CNN's Claire Sebastian is following this for us from London. Claire, really good to see you. I mean, look, oil and gas, sort of the last lines of defense for Russia, because that's the noose around Europe, isn't it? Oil is far easier than gas, but not everyone is going to be on board, and that might bring to question EU unity.
Yes, Eleni, this has been a real test of EU unity in the face of what the EU certainly perceives as Russian efforts to expose fault lines within the bloc. But what we have leading into this, and I think that still remains, is a real sense of momentum. Germany has signed on to a potential oil embargo. Other countries have done so as well. There are potential holdouts. Slovakia has reportedly asked for an exemption, and we heard from the Hungarian government spokesman today saying in a tweet, "We do not see any plans or guarantees on how a transition could be managed based on the current proposals and how Hungary's energy security would be guaranteed. So he's clearly not satisfied by what he sees in the text. Right now, the EU Council is debating this. They're holding discussions on the text of the proposals. They have to reach unanimity to adopt it for it to come into force. It remains to be seen whether they'll let a potential Hungarian veto override the fact that Germany, for example, the biggest importer of Russian energy, is on board with this. But clearly this is the biggest, perhaps, weapon that the EU has so far even considered deploying against Russia in this sort of economic war that it's been waging. It will not be easy, as Ursula von der Leyen has said. If you look at oil prices today, they are up fairly significantly on top of already a 40% gain for Brent oil so far this year. That will feed into inflation in Europe, which is already at sort of record highs at 7.5%. And the Kremlin had a response today as well, Eleni, which I want to read to you. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, saying the sanctions aspirations of the Americans, Europeans and other countries are a double-edged weapon. He said, in trying to harm us, they too have to pay a heavy price. They're already doing it, paying a big price, and the cost of these sanctions for European citizens will increase every day. He also said Russia is monitoring the situation around these sanctions. He emphasized that they haven't yet been adopted, but clearly the rhetoric from the Kremlin is that Europe, rather than hurting Russia, is hurting itself.
Yeah, and as the Kremlin says, reminding Europeans of that double-edged sword. But, leaders are remaining resolute in terms of pushing Putin into a corner. Whether that will work is the question. But I want to talk about Moldova and the fact that there's discussion about assisting Moldova with military defenses.
Yeah, so this very interesting and new sort of aspect to what the EU is trying to do here. This came from Charles Michel, who's the head of the president of the EU Council. He was meeting today with the president of Moldova, and he talked about ramping up military support. He didn't want to say too much for fear, he said, of escalation, but he said some decisions have already been made on things like logistics and cyber defense. The context here, of course, Eleni, is that Moldova is very firmly pro-EU, but it has this separatist republic of Transnistria, which borders Ukraine, where there have been several explosions recently that each side in the Ukrainian conflict has blamed each other for. Russia does have a troop presence in Transnistria. So, look, a Russian general also recently said, according to state media, that if they gain control of the southern border of Ukraine along the Black Sea, that could give them access to Transnistria. The fear here, certainly, it seems, in the EU, is that Russia could try to open a new front in this conflict. Certainly something they would want to guard against.
Claire Sebastian, thank you so much. Good to see you. I'd like to now remind our viewers about us following the story out of Mariupol. Lots of people, hundreds of people still stuck in the Azovstal steel plant. We have Nick Payton-Walsh joining us live now on the ground in central Ukraine. Nick, I was just, looking at the news flow and the mayor saying that comms are now out from Ukraine's military in the steel plant, that still 30 children are still trapped inside. Evacuation efforts, we know, and we've discussed this, are delicate. They are difficult. Do we have any news in terms of trying to get people out once again?
As far as we understand, and I'm sure if the scenes being depicted by the mayor of Mariupol, Vadim Boychenko, are accurate, it's going to be impossible to get people out today. And I understand from a source close to the evacuation effort that it is more likely today that civilians from the wider areas of Mariupol will be the ones getting out in the UN-assisted efforts today. But this does appear to be a final, perhaps, certainly escalating onslaught by the Russians to that facility. 30 children thought to be inside. There could be hundreds of other civilians too. The people who we got out, who we spoke to, said that there were a number of separate chambers in the basement there, some holding 30 or 40 individuals, some counted in one chamber they were in 17 children. The numbers for one person are kind of outside of their scope of knowing because it's sort of compartmentalized like that. Ukrainian soldiers have been fending off Russian attacks for the past days, but it does sound like there's nothing quite as intense as the onslaught they've been seeing today. Airstrikes, artillery as well, and that loss of communications with those inside, a suggestion that something new possibly is afoot here. Maybe a bid by Moscow to draw a line under this, a very savage one ahead of the May the 9th victory parades they want to put on annual events those. Russia's Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu saying how they had, quote, reliably blocked that steel plant. But it is the final place of Ukrainian control in Mariupol, a city reduced to rubble by Russia's bid to control it, from which we've seen yesterday the first people emerge. But the question really being, can the wider effort to get people out of Mariupol with UN assistance grow? I understand from a source close to yesterday's evacuation efforts that in fact 50 buses were not used. They were part of the effort originally, and hoped to be filled up, but weren't actually filled up by evacuees, because it seems like the Russians focused on letting the 100 or so out of the Azovstal plant and not allowing civilians from the wider area into that convoy. We only saw 5 of those buses emerge. Eleni?
Yeah, I mean...
5 buses only, but within them the world's hopes of a way to deliver innocent Ukrainians to safety from Russia's onslaught. Just over 100 civilians, the first to leave the basement of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, bringing with them stories of the circle of hell they lived in underground for weeks. This is Olga. After 2 months in the dark, she struggles in sunlight still. I ask if she can see okay. Bad, she says. I can't see anything in the sun. Age 78, and she keeps saying, completely alone. Her entire life is in these 2 bags. 48 hours earlier, she was pictured in a Ukrainian military video just walking out of Mariupol, cheerfully across a bridge. Now, via the UN and Red Cross, talks in Moscow and Kiev and countless Russian checkpoints, she is here. Worried she cannot fend for herself, as a wound to her leg isn't healing because of her diabetes. The head torch that was her only source of light still around her neck. Her toilet roll in her pocket. Also coming off the bus is another familiar face, Anna, with 6-month-old Sviatoslav. Embraced by her brother. One of many family reunions here. She was also seen in the same video as Olga leaving Mariupol, the day after Sviatoslav turned 6 months old. She is a French teacher in happier times.
How do you feel now?
Tired? Now I feel happy and exhausted because 2 months in basic.
How do you live for 2 months in a basement with a 4-month-old boy? How do you eat?
Now I smile because I can smile finally. Because all these months I was crying a lot every day. Emotionally it was really very, very difficult. When we didn't have any hot water for him, we just took a candle and we heat the water on the candle.
The busy world she's emerged into, now different for her.
For me now, the word l'avion, how to say it? It's the most difficult and the most scary word, because now sorry, it's emotional. Now when there are a lot of noise, I have like a reflex to hide myself, you know.
What are you going to tell him when he's older?
I just tell him that he was really very, very brave boy. Very brave. He's very calm. He is the best child in the world, I can say. He's idle.
He's sleeping well, so that's good. That's all you can ask for.
Time.
Exactly.
Yeah. And also I can say that I don't want for him to repeat this story, or to repeat this story with his child.
Yet the terror they bore witness to will fuel a loathing that won't pass quickly.
So that evacuation, you have to remember, was an incredibly small number of those still thought to be at grave risk, not only in Azovstal but wider Mariupol too. Hundreds possibly still in that steelworks under heavy bombardment now, with contact lost with them, and then 100,000 across wider Mariupol who may want to get out from Russian occupation. It does seem like Moscow is trying to focus or wind up its operations there with this increased onslaught, and with some of the better known personalities that appear to be turning up in areas controlled by Russia. But all of that, no remote consolation for those under this bombardment, now entirely surrounded. Russia's defense minister saying that they have reliably blocked that plant as this onslaught gets underway, Eleni.
Nick, and we can only hope that another evacuation corridor emerges specifically out of that steel plant. Thank you so much for keeping us updated. Now, fury in the US is growing after a leaked High Court draft opinion on abortion. We'll take a look at what that would mean for millions of American women, and fears are growing other rights to same-sex marriage and contraception could be in jeopardy as well. We'll talk about that just ahead. Backlash is growing to a leaked draft opinion that shows the US Supreme Court may be poised to end a woman's right to abortion by overturning its landmark Roe v. Wade decision. The news has sparked protests across the country, including in Washington outside the Supreme Court. In Oklahoma, the state's Republican governor has signed a bill modeled after a controversial Texas abortion law. The Oklahoma Heartbeat Act prohibits abortions when early cardiac activity is detected, which could be as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy, before many women even know that they are pregnant. And the new law allows private citizens to sue abortion providers to enforce that law. Last month, Oklahoma's governor also signed a bill that would make it a crime to perform an abortion, except when there's a medical emergency. Legal challenges have been filed against both laws, and Oklahoma isn't alone. More than 24 states could ban abortions if Roe v. Wade is overturned. CNN's Tom Foreman takes a closer look.
If the Supreme Court goes through with this ruling, these are all the states in red that are certain to ban abortion. The states in yellow likely to ban them, according to the Progressive Guttmacher Institute, which says even though these bans may be of different measures, some may be outright, some may be 16 weeks, some may be 15 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it may be, the truth is that what this would do would affect 58% of the women in the country who are of childbearing years. Those people would then be living in states that the Institute says would be hostile to abortion rights. And of course, there are many more states that are talking about that than there are states talking about protecting abortion rights. How will this be moved forward? With very far-reaching laws in terms of the language we have seen so far. For example, if you look at one proposal here in Missouri, they would not merely forbid a woman getting an abortion, but any attempt to help her get one, providing transportation, giving instructions, providing internet service by which she might access abortion services, providing money, arranging for insurance or referrals. Any of that could make you an accessory. So if your sister became pregnant and wanted to talk to you about abortion, under these laws, you could be culpable if you even discussed it with her. Beyond that, there's this notion that what they're trying to do is basically say any child conceived in that state automatically becomes a resident and legally protected. So much so that if you read the details here, if a couple simply stopped in a hotel in Missouri, conceived a child, and then went on to their homes in, let's say, Nevada or in Oregon or California, and then had an abortion, they would be treated essentially as fugitives from Missouri because that resident went with them. Legal battles, political battles all over the place connected to this. This is worth noting, though. While Democrats are scrambling to find some way here to blunt the impact of this ruling if it comes through, on this side there's a tremendous amount of energy with Republicans and abortion opponents pushing very, very hard to say, now's the time to run with this, to enact a national standard that says it's illegal everywhere, no matter what the states want, because the courts are no longer standing in the way.
Wow. Incredible insight there. And my next guest says the Supreme Court may strike down Roe versus Wade, but that won't stop women from trying to get abortions. It will just make it much more dangerous. Alexis McGill-Johnson is the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, which provides health services, including abortion care, to millions of women. And she tweeted, "No decision from a court can stop abortion, period." Point blank. And she added, people with resources will travel to get the care they need. Others will self-manage their abortions. And there will be people who are forced to carry their pregnancies against their will. And Alexis Johnson joins me now. Alexis, really good to see you. I cannot believe we're having this conversation about the United States, women's rights in 2022. I mean, we're going back decades and decades. And my colleague there really outlining what it would be like. I mean, I want to put it simply, he was talking about if, a child is conceived in a certain state, they would then become a resident of that state. Let's just put it simply, it's where you basically have sex is where, it becomes complicated. These conversations are happening right now in legal terms. Are you shocked? Is this one of the scariest things that could be happening for women's rights right now?
Absolutely, it is the scariest thing that is happening right now for our rights. It was a completely shocking and surprising leak of this draft opinion of the Supreme Court that has clearly now emboldened all of the incredible, surreal restrictions that your colleague was reporting out. Right, the idea that where you have sex is where you conceive is now a resident of the state. Criminalizing people who are traveling outside of state or, creating opportunities. I think that's what you have to think about for enforcement and surveillance of communities that are largely going to be brown and black and low income. People who have the least resources to be able to defend themselves, because as you made the point, people who had resources even pre-1973 were always able to get access to safe care, and that's what's happening right now. We're really trying to marginalize the people who honestly have the least to be able to afford.
Exactly. If you have resources, you can travel and you can try to take care. But even, you know, when I look at the restrictions that are already creeping up, in fact, when Trump came into power, we saw these restrictions creeping up in terms of making telemedicine difficult and any advice on the internet. I mean, they're so far reaching. But overturning Roe versus Wade is going to be unprecedented, and that would make things a lot more difficult. I want you to give me an idea of these 20 states that are already waiting, ready and waiting to trigger their own laws in anticipation of this.
Yeah, so there are actually 26 states that are poised. About a dozen of them have what we would call trigger bans, laws that have been baked into their constitution since before Roe became settled law. And then we have another dozen that are really poised and emboldened by what they are seeing out of the court to pass very extreme legislation. So whether it is the Texas 6-week bounty hunter law or the 15-week bans that we're seeing in Florida and Arizona, an entire swath of the Midwest and the South of the U.S. Will no longer be available for abortion care, and that means those residents now have to travel thousands of miles outside of their state in their cars, most likely, in order to get care. And that's what's so scary, right? We're talking most people who access abortion care in the U.S. are already parents, so it means endangering their families, their children, putting them in the cars with their elderly, caregivers or parents. Travel still through a pandemic in order to just get, in some cases, medication abortion. That's what we're asking people to do. That significant burden, which was also part of, the codifying of Roe under the Planned Parenthood versus Casey decision, really has kind of, will be undermined by if the court, in fact, overturns Roe and Casey.
I want to talk about what the Justice Alito had said, and it's quite long, and we don't have enough time. But basically, that other rules and other rights that are very similar to this one, or based on sort of the same legal basis, are not at risk. That brings to question. It seems that they're specifically targeting female rights. And do you think that it could, in fact, open the door for other things like contraception or same-sex marriages?
I think he's just wrong, honestly. I think that, all of these rights are tied up in the privacy clause, and his declaring it has nothing to do with whether or not they actually these issues will come before the court, because we are seeing the same set of restrictions around trans rights and identity. I'm sure we will start to see restrictions around marriage in various states. They will create the challenges that will find their way to the Supreme Court in the same way they created the challenges to accessing abortion that found their way through the courts. We have over the last 4 years seen an incredible, or 6 years rather, remaking of the judiciary under the Trump administration, and many of those lifetime sitting justices are also hostile to other rights and identities. And so we should not expect that because Justice Alito says he does not believe that these other rights are not contingent around abortion, when in fact I'm sure that they will be trying to make those similar cases as well.
Alexis McGill-Johnson, thank you so very much. Really great to have you on, and I'm sure we'll have robust conversations like this one in the months to come. Thank you so much. And still coming up, the scars of war in eastern Ukraine. We'll hear how a defiant woman and her elderly mother survived a Russian artillery attack that destroyed their home. Welcome back. I'm Eleni Jokos in Abu Dhabi and you're watching Connect the World. Right now, the mayor of Mariupol says there's intense fighting at the Azovstal steel plant and that contact has been lost with Ukrainian forces defending it. The mayor added hundreds of civilians, including more than 24 children, are still trapped inside and waiting for a new evacuation plan. Meanwhile, in western Ukraine, electricity has been restored in Lviv and Russian strikes hit 3 power stations there Wednesday, causing significant damage. And the EU Commission President, in the meantime, Ursula von der Leyen, is proposing more sanctions on Moscow, including a complete ban on Russian oil. A source tells CNN the head of the Russian Orthodox Church is one of the individuals to be targeted in a 6th round of sanctions. And the Ukrainian military says Russian forces have not made much progress towards their goal of securing regions in the east. But the heavy artillery fire has taken a terrible toll on civilians. CNN's Sam Kiley reports.
Since Russian rockets destroyed her home and killed her brother, all she has left is her mother and her life.
All at once, grads started falling one by one. There were explosions everywhere. Opposite the kitchen in a house, the windows and frame blew into a room. We are standing there. My brother was making the sign of the cross, and I'm shouting. I turned away from him to look at the house, and then another rocket hit, and I was trapped under the rubble. I can't see my brother anymore. I fell, and I don't even know how I woke up and started pulling myself out. I'm all scratched and battered. I yelled, "Vitya, Vitya," but he was gone.
Ludmila's home was flattened in Lysychansk during the battle for Rubizny, which is now in Russian hands. Putin's forces have been driving southeast along the Donetsk River and south from Izium. Russia's stated aim is to capture all of the Donbass, and that includes Luhansk and Donetsk provinces. The governor of Luhansk says that Ukraine can hold the Russians back, for now. But he says we need powerful long-range artillery, and that unfortunately is not here yet, and it could completely change the whole war. Without the heavy weapons already promised by the US and other Western allies, he says, the Russians will destroy everything with artillery and mortars. They destroy with aircraft, they use helicopters. They're just wiping everything off the face of the earth, so there's nothing left to hang on to. For Ukraine, this is an existential battle. Reinforcements are being rushed to the front lines, but there's no sign of the heavy weapons needed to block a Russian advance, much less reverse it. The doctor says Ludmila will be moved west for more treatment, but her fate and that of her 96-year-old mother is unknown. We simply cannot physically handle so many wounded with such severe injuries, he says. This elderly woman, a victim of Russian shelling that morning, joins the ward. And more than 13 million other Ukrainians have fled their homes to escape Ludmila's fate.
I was brought here naked. I have nothing at all. No money, no documents, nothing.
Yet her very survival is a small victory over Putin, because she's been neither beggared nor beaten. Sam Kiley, CNN, in Bakhmut.
Oh, incredible resilience there. CNN's Scott McLean is in Lviv, and Russian strikes took out several power stations. Scott, great to have you on. I mean, this is a clear indication that Russia is trying to target infrastructure, key and vital infrastructure, by focusing on power lines. And of course, we've seen this before, very similar in terms of train stations. You heard some of those explosions. Tell me about it.
Hey, Lenny. Yeah, so they happened just before dark, and the sound was unmistakable. I heard 3 separate explosions. The last was undoubtedly the loudest, and shortly after you could actually see smoke rising on the horizon in several different directions. There were strikes east, west, and also south of the city, and they hit power substations, we understand. So we actually went out to the one east of the city, about 4 miles outside of the city center or so, and this substation was right next to a railway track, the one that you could easily take from Lviv to Kyiv. It was right on the way. It doesn't seem like any of the actual train track infrastructure was hit, but obviously this power station seems like it's integrated into that rail system in some way. Also, there was power out as well in parts of the city for some time. The mayor now says that the power has been restored. They also briefly had an issue with the water as well, since power was taken out to water pumping stations, though they had backup generation in that case. The mayor of Lviv actually says that there were 18 or 19 missiles that were fired toward Ukraine last night by Russia. Many of them were shot down, including attempted strikes in Vinnytsia and Kyiv, and even some of the firing on Lviv was shot down as well. The head of the Ukrainian railways says that this was an attempt to take out railway infrastructure as well, since 6 of the strikes damaged or were along railway infrastructure, including some of these power substations and including some of the strikes in the Dnipro region as well. We know that there was an injury in the Dnipro region. According to local officials, there were 2 injuries here in Lviv as well. The Pentagon spokesperson says that this is a Russian attempt to try to make it harder for Ukraine to get weapons from Poland, from the border, to the front lines. The Russians have previously warned the Ukrainians that any shipment of weapons that's moving across the country, even if it's come from NATO, is fair game for missile strikes. Eleni?
Yeah, I mean, and here's the reality. You've also been witnessing just how many displaced people have ended up in Lviv, and we've seen these sporadic attacks sort of on the outskirts of Lviv. Is there a concern now that Lviv might become a significant target for the Russians?
I think this is the 4th time that Lviv has been hit, or the Lviv region, I should say, has been hit by missiles by my count. And I think every time the bombs drop in this city, there's sort of a rethink of what this city has been useful for, which has been a refuge for so many people. I don't think that anyone is panicking at this moment, because the city, if you walk around, still feels remarkably normal. You would never know that bombs fell on this city or around this city yesterday. People are still going about their business. But I think the concern, Eleni, is that if the frequency of these attacks starts to step up, people might start fleeing toward the border. Already, we've seen a trend of people going the opposite direction. I was in Poland a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of people were headed back into Ukraine because they felt that it was safe enough. I've met several people here in Lviv as well who had gone to Poland, had gone abroad to Europe, and then since come back, saying that they were willing to take a small risk, a relatively small risk. We are still a long way from the front line, in order to get on with their lives. They just didn't feel like they were living fully while they were waiting as refugees in Europe.
All right, Scott McLean, thank you very much. Good to see you. And coming up, no love lost as 2 tennis rivals meet again. Who will end up being served in Madrid? That coming up. The U.S. State Department is now classifying pro-basketball star Brittany Griner as being wrongfully detained in Russia, and this means the U.S. won't have to wait for Griner's case to move through Russia's legal system. And the U.S. will seek to negotiate her return through President Biden's special envoy for hostage affairs. Griner was arrested at a Moscow airport in February and accused of smuggling narcotics, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison in Russia. Andy Murray will face world number one Novak Djokovic for the first time in 5 years when they meet at the Madrid Open Thursday. The British tennis great not giving himself much of a chance, however. Take a listen.
You know, he's obviously number one in the world and I'm playing with a metal hip, so I shouldn't have a chance in the match.
Alex Thomas, good to see you. A metal hip is what Andy Murray is saying. He's worried about his chances. Is this a confidence game, do you think?
We thought his career was over before he had that hip joint resurfacing operation. He's now getting back to his best. He's been playing Djokovic since they were 11, so more than 20 years. They're old rivals, old friends. Could be interesting when they face each other on Thursday.
It's going to be super interesting. Look, good to see you, Alex. You'll have more sport for us right after the short break. Stay with CNN.
Hello, welcome to CNN World Sport. I'm Alex Thomas in London. We're just hours away from knowing who will join Liverpool in this season's Champions League final. Jurgen Klopp's men reaching it for the third time in 5 years after beating Villarreal. And later on Wednesday, either Real Madrid or Manchester City will go through. City aiming to go one better than last season's runners-up finish and win the competition for the first time in their history. They lead 4-3 ahead of the second leg in Madrid against the tournament's most successful ever team, 13-time champions Real.
They have the advantage, so we have to do our best. I think two things, that it is very difficult to qualify, but that we have an incredible opportunity to play yet another final. After having won the league, our morale is high, and we can do it.
Our senior sports analyst, Darren Lewis, will be keeping a close eye on this one and told me earlier that there's no reason why the second semi-final can't be as entertaining as the first was.
This could be one for the ages, I've got to say, because both teams are exceptional. Real Madrid, as Carlo Ancelotti was just saying, fresh from winning the title in Spain with 4 games to spare, he's become the first man to win the title in all 5 of European football's major leagues. And they've got a stunning forward line. Karim Benzema, check this, 47 goals from 49 appearances so far this season for club and country. Either side of him, the Brazilian Vinicius Jr., one of the rising stars of Brazilian football. He scored 18 times this season. And on the other side, Rodrigo, who scored 4 in his last 6 games and scored that stunning goal against Chelsea to help them through the quarterfinals. This could be an epic contest because obviously, as you know, City have been brilliant so far this season. They don't have an orthodox striker, but they have been scoring goals for fun. I don't often say this, Alex, but I'm really, really, really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and what do you think is going to count more, Darren? Real Madrid's Champions League experience and clear pedigree in this competition, or Manchester City's talent that you hinted at there?
It's a good question because, listen, Manchester City's talent is exceptional, as I've been saying. So many good young players, so many older pros whose focus has just been outstanding. But, you know, I think Carlo Ancelotti, I'm going to go with Real Madrid. He knows how to win this competition. He's one of only 3 men to do it 3 times. Bob Paisley and Zinedine Zidane are the others. Ancelotti could become the first man to win it 4 times. And when you watch him in games, Alex, he never panics. You look at the quarterfinal when Chelsea were 2-0 up in the second leg, and then they took the lead with only 15 minutes to go. And as I've been saying, that Real Madrid forward line helped them to escape to victory. And also in the semi-final, I should say, when City went 2-0 up after 11 minutes and 3-1 up as well, and they still didn't panic. His players, he's got total faith in them, and they have now kept them in the tie, just 1 goal separating Real and City. I would give Real, with their experienced players, their free scoring forward line, and that manager, that guy who could make himself a legend. We talk all about Liverpool and the possibilities of a quadruple. Ancelotti could make history himself.
Darren Lewis looking ahead to the second Champions League semi-final. Let's show you how Liverpool stayed on course for an unprecedented quadruple of trophies, only reaching the Champions League final after surviving a huge scare against Villarreal, trailing 2-0 from last week's first leg at Anfield. The Spanish club written off by most pundits, but by the time Francis Coquelin headed home just before the break, the tie was actually level on aggregate. Defying the momentum switch, Liverpool rediscovered their touch in the second half. Substitute Luis Diaz making a massive impact, scoring the second of Liverpool's 3 goals. Sadio Mane later making the final score 3-2 on the night, 5-2 to Liverpool over the 2 legs. They're through to a 3rd cup final this season, and remember, could still win the Premier League as well. Now, there were wins for Memphis and Boston in the latest NBA playoff games, and the clash between the Grizzlies and Warriors was particularly controversial.
He broke the code. Dillon Brooks broke the code. That's how I see it.
Hello, welcome back to World Sport. The Grizzlies and the Celtics have won the latest games in the NBA playoffs to level their conference semi-final series against the Warriors and Bucks, respectively. Carolyn Manos in New York for us. She's got the pick of the action. And Carolyn, it really got a little heated between Golden State and Memphis, didn't it?
You could say that again. It's the playoffs, but even this was extreme. You know, before Tuesday's Game 2, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr actually told reporters, Alex, that this was going to be the most physical that the team has played all year. It turns out that was a pretty massive understatement. Look at this. Memphis forward Dillon Brooks ejected just minutes into the game, chasing Gary Payton II on a fast break here and then hitting him in the head as he went airborne. Payton took a really hard fall. As you just saw, he came away with a fractured left elbow. So the league's now going to decide over these next couple of days if Brooks is in fact going to be suspended. That might be coming. And with one of the Warriors' best defenders sidelined in Payton, John Morant went off 47 points, including the final 15 of the game for the Grizzlies star. So Memphis wins by 5 to even the series at a game apiece. And Golden State coach Steve Kerr sounding off about that earlier play right after the game.
I don't know if it was intentional, but it was dirty. There's a code in this league. There's a code that players follow, where you never put a guy's season/career in jeopardy by taking somebody out in midair and clubbing him across the head. He broke the code. Dillon Brooks broke the code. That's how I see it.
It's tough to watch. In the meantime, the Celtics evened up their series against the Bucks in record-setting fashion on Tuesday night. Boston drained 23-point shots. That's the most in franchise playoff history. Jaylen Brown is really the X-factor of this series. He was on fire early. He scored 25 of his game-high 30 points in the first half alone. The Celtics rolling by 23 as the series shifts to Milwaukee for Game 3 on Saturday. And this is a series that could certainly go the distance between these two teams. We've got 2 more games coming up on Wednesday. The 76ers are going to try to even their series against the Heat without their star center Joel Embiid. He is still out with a facial fracture and that concussion. And then the Red Hot Suns try to take a 2-0 lead against Luka Doncic and the Mavericks as well. So we've got those games coming up. In the NHL playoffs, Penguins and Rangers in their own version of the New York City Marathon at Madison Square Garden here. This one almost over in regulation. Philip Hedl with the game-winning goal for New York, but it was waved off in the final minutes of the game after a challenge ruled that the Penguins goalie had been interfered with. So after giving up a 2-goal lead early in the game, the Rangers taking this one into not 1, not 2, 3 overtimes. And after more than 105 minutes on the ice, it was Pittsburgh's Evgeny Malkin who ended it. New York's goaltender Igor Shesterkin had a record 79 saves, but it wasn't enough. The Penguins win Game 1, 4-3, the final there, Alex.
And Carolyn, in Major League Baseball, we saw a moment of history for the manager of the Houston Astros.
Yes, absolutely. Astros manager Dusty Baker joining a really exclusive club on Tuesday, becoming just the 12th manager, Alex, in Major League history to record 2,000 career wins. And he's also the first black manager to reach the milestone, which is especially significant in the sport. Every other member of the 2,000 win club is in the Hall of Fame, except for Bruce Bochy, who's not yet eligible. But Baker is the only big league manager to lead 5 different teams to the postseason and to win division titles with 5 different clubs. So the 72-year-old, he's known for that iconic toothpick, those wristbands, celebrating the accomplishment. He had a champagne toast in the clubhouse after the game, his players treating him to that. But he is one of just 2 black managers in the league this year, Alex, and he said that that is added significance. This milestone means so much more because of that. He said he hopes that others are going to get an opportunity in the future so that he isn't the first and the last to reach the feat. And a sweet moment to wrap things up stateside here for you, Alex. Yankee slugger Aaron Judge hitting his 8th home run in his last 10 games in a 9-1 win in Toronto. But this is the moment. So watch the fan make the catch, but then he gives it to this young fan who's a big fan of Aaron Judge, and the reaction is just priceless. You can really see what it means to the young fan. The Yankees win streak at 11 games right now. They are playing lights out baseball, that's for sure. But I just loved that sweet moment of the fan. You know, a lot of times here stateside, Alex, when you catch a baseball like that, you want to hold on to it. But to immediately turn around and give it to a young kid, we need more of that.
We certainly do. Carolyn Mano in New York. Now, the first ever NFL regular season game to be held in Germany will feature the sport's most successful ever quarterback. Tom Brady and his Tampa Bay Buccaneers will face the Seattle Seahawks at Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena on November the 13th. It'll be one of 5 regular season games outside the US, with another in Mexico and 3 more here in London. And former world #1 Lee Westwood's the latest golfer to confirm his intention to play in the new mega money Saudi-backed Live Series. He told Sky Sports that he's asked the PGA Tour and Europe's DP World Tour for a release. The opening tournament is in England in June, with six-time major winner Phil Mickelson and British Masters champion Richard Bland also among the players planning to take part. Lots of money on offer, but not without controversy. Eleni, back to you.
Good to see you, Alex. Thank you so very much for that update. We're going to a short break. More Connect the World after this.
Live from CNN Abu Dhabi, this is Connect the World.
I'm Eleni Jakos. I'm in for my colleague Becky Anderson. Good to see you. Welcome to Connect the World. And we begin with the siege of that steel complex in southern Ukraine is taking a chilling turn. A day after a number of people managed to evacuate, radio silence now. The mayor of Mariupol says all contact with fighters inside the plant has been lost. He's reporting heavy battles at the complex, like the ones captured here on video on Monday. He says hundreds of civilians remain trapped inside, including 30 children. Officials tell us electricity is back on in the western city of Lviv. Now, cruise missiles hit several power stations last night, and Ukraine says it's driven back a dozen Russian attacks in the east. This oil depot was attacked in the Donetsk region. Russian-backed separatists blame Ukraine, and Europe will consider its toughest sanctions against Russia to date, a complete ban on Russian oil. Here's the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen.
This sends another important signal to all perpetrators of the Kremlin. We know who you are. We will hold you accountable. You're not getting away with this. Putin must pay a price, a high price, for his brutal aggression.
One by one, countries in Europe will have to make some difficult decisions. We've got Anna Stewart tracking the proposed sanctions from London for us. And we heard Ursula von der Leyen there saying that it's going to be a huge cost for Russia. Do we know what kind of impact it's going to have? We know that the big one would be gas, but oil is just as important in terms of exports to some countries.
Yeah, and when she talks about that high price, we are talking about a really high price because the EU is actually Russia's biggest oil customer. So it brings in a lot of revenue, $95 billion just last year. So that is the point of this sanction measure. It would be very costly to Russia's economy. But the flip side, of course, as ever, when we look at these sanctions, it would also be costly to Europe because they need to find a way of replacing nearly a third of all of their oil imports. And of course, there are 27 member states. It will be more costly for some members than others. There's also, Eleni, a fear that Russia could potentially retaliate here and stop sending gas to Europe, because while the EU is proposing to be ready to not rely on Russian oil.
I'm going to interrupt you. We are going to go to the White House. We're going to listen in on President Joe Biden.
The biggest decline in a single year ever in American history. The biggest decline on top of us having a $350 billion drop in the deficit last year, my first year as president. We also learned that for the first time since 2016, the Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt issued to the public this quarter. And for all the talk the Republicans make about deficits, it didn't happen a single quarter under my predecessor. Not once. The bottom line is the deficit went up every year under my predecessor before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And it's gone down both years since I've been here, period. They're the facts. And why is it important? Because bringing down the deficit is one way to ease inflationary pressures in an economy where a consequence of a war and gas prices and oil and food and it all, it's a different world right this moment because of Ukraine and Russia. We reduced federal borrowing, and we helped combat inflation. This process is a great deal, is good news, but it didn't happen by itself. The previous administration increased the deficit every year it was in office, in part because of its reckless $2 trillion tax cut. I know you're tired of hearing me saying but a $2 trillion tax cut that was not paid for, And a tax cut that largely benefited the biggest corporations, 55 of which earned $40 billion in profits and paid not a single penny in income tax in 2020, and wealthiest Americans, like the billionaires, who on average pay just 8% in federal taxes. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit, it undermined the watchdogs, the inspector generals, whose job it was to keep the pandemic relief funds from being wasted. Remember, at the time, I kept saying they're going to fire the inspector generals. Well, they fired the inspector general. And in my administration, those watchdogs are back. The Justice Department has a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud who's going to go after the criminals who stole billions in relief money meant for small businesses and American families, but never got to them, got in the pockets of criminals. When I came to office, we took a different approach across the board. With the American Rescue Plan and other actions, we started to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Rescue checks and tax cuts for working families that gave them just a little bit of breathing room and put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Remember the first year, all those long lines of automobiles lined up and going through a parking lot just to get a box of food in their trunk? We got vaccination shots in arms that helped us go from 2 million Americans who'd been vaccinated to more than 220 million Americans fully vaccinated. We made it easy for millions of Americans to sign up for coverage under the Affordable Care Act, saving them an average of $2,400 a year. As a result of these and other economic recovery plans, we recovered faster than projected. A record 6.7 million jobs created last year, the most in the first year of any president in American history, and the fastest economic growth in any year in nearly 4 decades. And looking ahead, I have a plan to reduce the deficit even more, which will help reduce inflationary pressures and lower everyone's costs for families. Look, it's a plan that lets Medicare negotiate price of prescription drugs, as they do with the Department of Veterans Affairs. We can cap the price of insulin at $35 instead of the hundreds of dollars, even $1,000 a month for some families. And my plan provides tax credits to utility companies to generate clean energy. And those companies are required to pass those savings on to families. I met with about a dozen of those utility CEOs here in the White House, and they confirmed this plan will lower energy bills for families immediately. My plan includes tax credits for consumers to purchase electric or fuel cell vehicles, new or used, which will save the typical driver about $80 a month not having to pay for gas at the pump. Tax credits for folks to buy solar panels and heat pumps and more efficient windows and doors for their homes. Estimated savings $500 per year on average. And we can do these things by making sure that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. All we're asking is that the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations begin to pay their fair share, at least part of their fair share. You've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I believe you should be able to make as much money as you legally can, but just pay your fair share. There's no reason why a billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. That's in sharp contrast to what today's Republican Party is offering. And if they hadn't put this in print, you'd think I was making it up. Senator Rick Scott of Florida, United States Senator, who's leading the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, released what he calls the ultra-MAGA agenda. It's a MAGA agenda, all right. Let me tell you about this ultra-MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year. Among the hardest hit, working families, kids with folks. Imagine you're a family of four and you don't make enough money to have federal taxes. Because you don't make enough money to pay them. You pay all your taxes, but you just don't make enough. And under this new plan, this tax plan, the ultra-MAGA agenda, while big corporations and billionaires are going to pay nothing more, the working class folks are going to pay a hell of a lot more. And it goes further than that. This extreme Republican agenda calls for Congress. Now, I'm not making this up either. You ought to really think about this. It requires a vote, if it were to pass, every 5 years, the Congress would have to vote to reinstate or eliminate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Social Security is something seniors have paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized. Has to be reauthorized every 5 years. Look, again, it's hard to make this up, but then again, it's a mega agenda. You know, meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires and corporations skate by. Imagine that. Just imagine that. I think it is truly outrageous. I've offered a different plan, a plan rooted in American values of fairness and decency. Wealthy folks and corporations will pay a little more. Billionaires will have to pay a minimum tax. And again, most importantly, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We're going to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not put it on the block every 5 years. Let me remind you again, I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion, the largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra-MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people. The bottom line is that for decades, the trickle-down economics has failed as income inequity grew to historic levels under the Republicans, the mega Republicans, the MAGA Republicans. I don't want to mispronounce it, the MAGA Republicans. It's time to grow the economy, but from the bottom up and the middle out. Because here's the deal. When the poor have a ladder up and the middle class grows, the wealthy always do very well. They do very well. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Everybody doing better. And so I want you to understand, again, first year, $350 billion reduction in deficit. This year, $1.5 trillion. It's going to bring some relief. Thank you. I take a few questions quickly.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about sanctions? The EU, about sanctions against, or about further sanctions in Europe. The European Union today announced new sanctions against oil, against Russia. What's the next round for the U.S.? And also on a separate issue, what's the next step on abortion once this case gets settled?
I want to ask about deficits, huh? I want to make sure this doesn't get covered. Okay, here we go. I'm going to answer those two questions and then go out to talk to the Olympians. With regard to the additional sanctions, we're always open to additional sanctions, and I've been in consultation. I'll be speaking with the members of the G7 this week about what we're going to do or not do, number one. Number two, what was the second one? Look.
The second one was on abortion.
As I said when when this hit, as I was getting on the plane to go down to Alabama, this is about a lot more than abortion. I hadn't read the whole opinion at that time. But this reminds me of the debate with Robert Bork. Bork believed the only reason you had any inherent rights was because the government gave them to you. If you go back and look at the opening comments with Bork-Biden when I was questioning him as chairman, I said, I believe I have the rights that I have, not because the government gave them to me, which you believe, but because I'm just a child of God. I exist. I delegated by joining this union here to delegate some obligation, some rights I have to the governments for social good. So the idea that somehow there is an inherent right, that there is no right of privacy, that there is no right. And remember the debate you don't remember, but we had a debate about Griswold versus Connecticut. There had been a law saying a married couple could not purchase birth control in the privacy of their own bedroom and use it. Well, that got struck down. Griswold was thought to be a bad decision by Bork, and my guess is the guy's on the Supreme Court now. What happens if you have a state changes the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
Will you make a speech on abortion like you did on voting rights, Mr. President?
Mr. President, how can you combat it?
Right, President Joe Biden there ending that press conference by saying the MAGA crowd was the most extreme political crowd he's seen in U.S. history. He's, of course, referring to the Trump administration. He spoke about abortion rights and, of course, that those are at risk. But importantly, this whole press conference was really centered around talking about the economy, the efforts to try and reduce the U.S. deficit. And he says they've already done unprecedented work on that, $350 billion thus far. They're targeting $1.5 trillion going forward. And then, of course, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on an interest rate hike. And, of course, that's to try and temper inflation, which has been getting out of control. The U.S. economy is in a precarious position. He was also referring to potential tax hikes for billionaires. He really spoke about what he called the MAGA crowd and the policies that have been hurting the most vulnerable in the United States. And he really reiterated the notion of fairness and getting billionaires and corporations to pay their fair share of tax. I'd like to now get more perspective on this, and I'd like to bring in our business correspondent Rahel Solomon in New York and our White House reporter Kevin Liptak in Washington. Really good to see you, Rahel. I want to talk about the Fed decision later today, and really when we're talking about cutting back on deficits, we're talking about tempering inflation. These are all very important macroeconomic issues for the United States, but the world is watching very closely, because if you're stopping the easing cycle in the U.S., that sends a signal to everyone else.
It does, Eleni. In fact, because a lot of the sort of factors that we're dealing with here in the U.S., many of our Western counterparts and economies around the world are also dealing with, of course, the war in Ukraine and energy prices surging. China shutdowns. And so we're sort of all dealing with a lot of the same macro factors. So to your point, yes, what happens here in the U.S. will be watched very closely by other economies and governments around the world. In fact, what happens in a few hours has been watched very closely. And Eleni, you're hearing the whispers about, are we going to see a recession start to grow louder? In fact, so this was an opportunity for President Biden to signal, before we hear from Powell in a few hours, that the economy is strong, in his words. Now, can they do it? Can they sort of raise interest rates without triggering a recession? That's the question. And the consensus appears to be that it's very hard to do because the jobs market is so strong. In fact, Powell pointing to that recently, saying that it's at an unhealthy level. So we'll wait to hear at 2 p.m. Eastern what the decision is, and then we'll hear comments from him at 2:30.
All right. Thank you very much, Rahel. Kevin, great to have you on. I mean, Biden really mentioning so many important things, targeting billionaires, saying that people that earn $400,000 are not going to be targeted for tax hikes again. What stood out for you there? Because it seems like he was really taking a stab on MAGA, what he called MAGA Republicans as well. It was interesting messaging.
Yeah, and this is something that he had sort of begun rolling out last week when he was talking to Democratic donors, and it's a message that White House officials and Democratic officials in Washington say that the president increasingly wants to use as we near these midterm elections. Primaries for those have just gotten underway, and it's something that the president hopes to do more of, which is contrast his agenda with that of a Republican Party, which he says is growing more and more extreme. Today you heard him pivot to this area of fiscal responsibility, whether it's reducing the deficit or eliminating debt. It's an open question of whether voters will really respond to that issue. It's something of an abstract concept when you have rising prices, rising gas prices, staffing shortages that are affecting people's everyday lives. It's unclear whether lowering the deficit, which is not something that an average American will feel on a day-to-day basis, will really resonate. But the president also has another audience, which is members of Congress, and in particular, the moderate Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, who has expressed a number of concerns about rising deficits, about fiscal responsibility. And you heard the president in that speech pitch his social spending plan. He is still a sort of on that beat. He still would like to see that passed. He laid out a number of provisions that are included in it. Those talks are sort of stalled at the moment. It's not clear whether Democrats will get that over the finish line by the midterms, let alone by the middle of this summer or so. And so the president had a number of audiences there, but clearly this heightened rhetoric about the extremes of the Republican Party, you could hear him also allude to that in his remarks on abortion as well. This is clearly the message that he hopes to ramp up as the political season begins.
Interesting times. Kevin, thank you so very much. Appreciate your insights. We are going to a very short break. When we return, more Connect the World. Welcome back, and I'd like to now take you back to our top story. As we were discussing earlier, Europe is considering its toughest sanctions against Russia to date, a complete ban on Russian oil. It's not clear yet whether every country in the EU will have to follow this planned EU embargo to a T. It's being reported by Reuters that Hungary and Slovakia, two countries heavily reliant on Russian oil, may be given exemptions, and they may still be able to buy the fuel until the end of 2023. Hungary's government has asked for clarity on what the EU's contingency plan for energy will be, its spokesperson tweeting that he has not seen any plans or guarantees on how a transition could be managed or how Hungary's energy security could be guaranteed. Zoltan Kovacs joins me now from Budapest. Thank you very much, sir. Good to have you on. I'd like to start off with whether you've specifically asked for an exemption. You've been very vocal about the fact that oil and gas has been a red line for Hungary.
Yes, it's as simple as that. We are reliant on Russian oil 65% and Russian gas 85%. It's a situation we have inherited. It's not the fault. As a matter of fact, it's remained with us against the efforts of this government for the past 12 years to increase energy diversification. So what we've seen so far, the proposals, the announcements we've seen on behalf of Brussels, is simply against Hungarian national security, energy security, and cannot be done if it's about Hungary.
But have you asked for an exemption at this point in time in the negotiations that are currently ongoing for the 6th round of sanctions?
Again, the proposal on behalf of Brussels suggested that it should be done by the end of next year. The shortest period, we've been clear on that, our oil companies have been clear on that, is 3 to 5 years. Not to talk about the costs actually such a switch would mean. So we haven't seen any feasible plan, any guarantee that it can be done, and the European countries, Brussels is going to help us make that switch.
So you're saying if you don't actually see a concrete plan on securing oil and gas supplies for Hungary, that you won't be able to even agree to the exemptions that would carry to 2023?
Something like that, because the very essence of decision-making in Europe is consensus. Consensus only can be done if everybody agrees, and to be able to agree, you have to be aware of the facts on the ground. In our case, and in this case, we need to see how they think it can be done. We maintain, and we've been telling Brussels and all the European member states that on Hungary's behalf, it simply cannot be done as they require. As we see, we don't stand alone, as you rightly suggested, Slovakia, but also as we see the Czech Republic is having problems with this plan.
You know, I've taken a quick look at your energy mix. You've got coal, you've got nuclear, you also have new oil fields, and of course you are extracting at this point in time. Is there no way to ramp up capacity in terms of your other energy sources in order to meet, you know, these restrictions that are coming through? And I guess the question that many are asking is this, you know, rooted in sort of the political stance that Hungary has been very clear in taking, that you are friends of Russia, or is this got to really do with energy security that you're concerned about?
No, it has nothing to do with emotions, political like or dislike. It's a matter of hard physical fact on the ground. Hungary is a landlocked country. We have inherited a one-sided dependence on Russia at the fall of communism. For the past 30 years, Hungary was trying to make more resources and pipelines available. Keep in mind that we are a landlocked country, so we don't have harbors that provide an alternative. And it's been for the past 12 years that indeed we've been stepping up with these alternatives and with the establishing alternative routes. We haven't received much assistance actually on behalf of the European Union so far, beyond the LNG terminal in Croatia. So simply neither resources nor capacities, no alternative resources are available for Hungary for the moment and for the foreseeable future.
I want to find out if your president knows when Putin is planning to end this war. There are a lot of reports flying around that Hungary might have intel on this.
Well, certainly not. The reference you are using is a discussion which has been distorted a couple of weeks ago. We all receive information and intelligence from those resources that are reliable and coming from our partners and allies, and that is NATO and the Central European countries.
Was Hungary pre-warned of Russia's invasion?
Of course not. We have received the information and intelligence with the same pace and the same time as other NATO allies was receiving.
Zoltan, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank
really
you.
good to have you on. Much appreciated for your time, sir. You're watching Connect the World live from CNN's Middle East broadcasting headquarters in Abu Dhabi. And still ahead, the Kremlin refutes reports of a possible formal declaration of war on Ukraine. We're live in Moscow. All right, I want to share new images that we've just gotten into CNN from Ukraine. You're looking at bombardment of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, where heavy new battles are being reported. Take a look at that. Now, these pictures come from officials at the breakaway Donetsk People's Republic. CNN can't verify when the images were filmed, but analysis suggests the damage was done this week. Let's bring in Scott McLean from Ukraine. You're in Lviv. Good to see you, Scott. Looking at these new images, it just shows the extent of the damage and the bombardment at the Azovstal steel plant. And yesterday, successful evacuation. Today, we've lost comms.
Yeah, those images are really amazing to look at. It looks as if the steel plant is being suffocated with all of the smoke that is billowing above it. You can imagine the intensity of those airstrikes. The mayor of that city says it's not just airstrikes. They're also being hit with fire from artillery, fire from tanks. In fact, they says that the Russians have actually moved a ship closer to the steel plant. We know obviously it's right on the water there, and that ship is now also firing into the plant area. And the mayor makes sure to point out as well that there are still civilians trapped under there, including 30 children, and the fighting is so intense there that he has lost any ability to communicate with the soldiers who are actually sheltering and fighting from that steel plant. The Russian Defense Ministry, Eleni, had previously said that the Russians essentially have that plant sealed off. There is no way for soldiers to get in or to get out. But the Kremlin is now saying today that Russian troops are not storming the plant from the ground. But they added an important caveat. They said what they are doing, though, is suppressing militants' attempts to take new firing positions. That explains some of the fire that they're obviously saying is taking place there today as well, Eleni.
Scott, we heard some attacks occurring in Lviv, specifically targeting power stations. This is not infrastructure that's easily replaceable. What has the damage been? And I know that power has now been restored.
Yes, that's true. So yesterday, just before dark, there were 3 strikes here in Lviv. They were quite loud. You could hear them from the center of town. And then we realized that there were strikes to the west, to the east, and to the south of the city. We went out to the one to the east of the city, which was a electrical power substation. It ran right along a set of train tracks, and it was just a few hundred meters from an actual train station, a very small passenger train station on the outskirts of Lviv as well. This is the same line that takes passengers typically from Lviv to Kyiv. Now, there's no indication from our vantage point that the tracks themselves were actually hit, but obviously this electrical infrastructure had an impact on the city's power system because power was out for large swaths of the city for some time. The mayor says that it has now all been restored. But this is part of a pattern. The Pentagon says that the Russians are trying to cut off access east-west for Ukrainian shipments of arms to get to the front line, because many of these strikes landed alongside train tracks or damaged train infrastructure, including the strike in Dnipro, which injured one person. The mayor of Lviv says that there were actually 18 or 19 missiles fired at this country. Many of them were shot down, including over Kyiv and over Vinnytsia as well. But the one that really stood out to me, Eleni, is the one in Zakarpattia. This is a region in the far west and south corner of the country, and it has been an area of not relative peace, it has been an area of peace since the war began. It has not been hit with any strikes. It has been nowhere near close to the front lines, and now all of a sudden it can no longer claim that.
Scott McLean, thank you very much. The Kremlin is calling reports that President Vladimir Putin might formally declare war on Ukraine on May 9th. Nonsense. May 9th is Victory Day in Russia. Senior international correspondent Matthew Chance is in Moscow, and we do want to remind viewers that Russia has introduced strict laws regarding how the conflict in Ukraine is described and has prohibited the broadcast of information it regards as false. Matthew, good to see you. Please, could you explain the significance of Victory Day and what today's comments mean for the mobilization of further troops?
Yeah, well, Victory Day, obviously very significant in Russia. It's an annual event which is intended to commemorate the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany in the 1940s. But it's taken on additional significance because of the context of the conflict in Ukraine, which is taking place next door. It is a display of Russian weaponry, of Russian military power, a display of Russia's nuclear forces. Usually its intercontinental ballistic missiles are also paraded through the streets of the capital and through Red Square. There are military parades that take place across the country as well. And so that's particularly significant given that Russia's military is engaged in what it calls a special military operation in Ukraine, as I say, for the past couple of months. And so the context of that will be significant. Every year, Vladimir Putin tends to make some remarks. He addresses the troops. He makes some remarks which are broadcast around the country and, of course, around the world as well. Normally, in my experience, they're usually kind of quite sort of generic, kind of praise. It's usually quite generic praise of the Russian military and the sacrifice that people have made in the past. But there's a lot of anticipation this year that the remarks from the Russian president could be about the conflict in neighbouring Ukraine and the nature of Russia's special operation. Some speculation coming from the United States and other Western officials saying that this could be an opportunity for Russia to formally declare a war on Ukraine, to formally announce a mobilization of forces so it can bring more military powers to bear on the conflict in Ukraine. But the Kremlin have dismissed that. they've said, no, that's nonsense, as you mentioned. They're not giving anything away about what, if anything, is going to be said. But I think it's our experience at this point, 2 months after Russia sent its troops over the border into Ukraine, that we have to sort of wait to see what Russia actually does rather than what it says it's going to do. Those things are sometimes a little bit different. And so, look, we'll be watching this very carefully, and we'll be seeing what Vladimir Putin says and seeing what message comes out of that very important day of commemoration here in Russia.
Matthew, we've been reporting since this morning that the EU is proposing to ban all oil imports from Russia by the end of this year. Has there been any reaction from the Kremlin to that decision?
Yeah, there has. I mean, obviously, that would be a massive blow to the Russian economy. I think it was last year that the European Union imported something like 25% of its oil from Russian sources, and so it's going to be difficult for the Europeans as well. The Europeans have said, look, we will try to do this within the next 6 months, with a couple of exceptions to allow some European Union countries to look for sources of oil elsewhere. I think it's being extended for a year for some countries. And it's not had final approval yet. It takes unanimity in the European Union, of course, for something like this to get through. But the expectation is that it probably will. It's been discussed for some weeks now, how to bring more tough sanctions, to bring some pain to bear on Russia. The Russian response has been, well, to sort of play it down a little bit and to say, look, it's just discussions at the moment which we're keeping an eye on, but also to warn that it's a double-edged sword. That's the phrase actually the Kremlin used when they address this. It's a double-edged weapon, they say, that will hurt the Russians but will hurt European Union citizens as well, because it will, when you cut off Russian supplies of oil, it inevitably is going to push up the cost of living in European Union countries.
Matthew Chance in Moscow, thank you so much. Good to see you. And just ahead, this document has ignited a political firestorm across the US, and there's plenty of reaction from across the world as well. The global reverberations after word that America's top court could strike down abortion rights. That's coming up next. People across the United States have been taking to the streets. Huge crowds turning out for demonstrations after news broke on Monday that the Supreme Court may strike down Roe versus Wade, a move that would overturn the federal constitutional right to an abortion. There's been plenty of international reaction too. Keep in mind, globally, more nations have been liberalizing access to abortion in recent years, especially in Latin America and the Irish Republic. Right now, we're joined by one of the leaders of the successful campaign to decriminalize abortion in the Republic of Ireland, activist and academic Sinead Kennedy in Dublin. And from New York, I want to welcome and bring in Gloria J. Brown-Marshall, constitutional law professor at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice and author of the book She Took Justice, the Black Woman, Law and Power. Thank you so very much to both of you. What an important time to have a conversation about something that I guess we didn't think was going to be brought up again in 2022. Sinead, I want to start with you. You know, in Ireland, there's been incredible fights to try and get the rights of women, the rights to terminate a pregnancy. So you know what is at stake here. What does it mean when the US is considering banning abortions for protection of women in where you are?
Well, I think, I mean, first and foremost, this is obviously a huge shock to women and pregnant people in the United States, and I think our thoughts are first and foremost with them. But the United States is a global power. The anti-abortion movement in the United States is very influential and very powerful. So it will have consequences that will reverberate far beyond the United States, into Europe and also, I suppose, into Ireland. Currently in Ireland at the moment, our constitutional ban on abortion was removed in 2018, and our first abortion law was introduced in 2019. That law is currently under review at the moment, and I suppose this will add a certain degree of confidence to the anti-abortion movement in Ireland that's always been very influenced by the United States. We are attempting, while we did win an important victory in 2018, abortion continues to be quite restrictive here in Ireland, and significant numbers of women are still forced to travel abroad. So we are trying to make that law more accessible and more equitable, and I think this decision has made things, I suppose, more challenging. But I think Ireland shows abortion was only made legal in Ireland in 2019, but Ireland has long had an abortion rate that is comparable to most European countries, and it just shows how banning abortions doesn't stop women and pregnant people accessing abortion. It just makes it harder, particularly for poorer, more marginalized groups, particularly women of color. Because if you can travel, if you have the ability to travel, the financial means, and the ability to, a passport to cross a border, you can, with difficulty, but you can access abortion. It's the most vulnerable, it's the most marginalized that abortion bans affect. They don't stop people having abortions.
Yeah, so well put. Gloria, I want to bring you in here, and I read your analysis, and you were saying that conservatives were basically waiting for this opportunity, to undo that work that was done on Roe versus Wade. And you mentioned Bork, and it's interesting, we just heard from President Joe Biden. He also mentions Bork, saying that this is going to bring into question so many other rights to privacy that could, of course, put so many other things at risk. I want you to give me a sense of where we are right now and what legal avenues could be explored to try and avert what many call a catastrophic scenario.
Well, we have the idea that this was generationally done. When Roe versus Wade was decided in 1973, that very year, groups met to try to put in place what would be necessary to undo it. And so one thing that happens quite often is the progressives think from very small, short term, from election to election. Well, the conservatives are thinking generationally, and they know by 2045, the United States of America is going to be majority people of color. And so this is part of the nationalist movement that's taking place around the world. This is a global issue. This whole idea that patriotism and patrimony and all of these things that come together to be a patriarchal system, I mean, will then continue to stay in place, and we'll be back to the 1940s and 50s. So when Justice Alito wrote this opinion, he wrote it with the idea that he would give it to the states, because most of the states are run by conservative political leaders. And so the states running these political trigger laws that are already in place, they've enacted laws that are just waiting for this decision to become official, and then they will ban abortions altogether in many of the states.
Yeah.
Here's the problem that we have. As was pointed out, poor women are going to either harm themselves, or they will go into those states that are still allow abortion, such as New York. What this decision does not say is that they should actually pass a federal law in Congress. Why did Alito specifically say go to the states? Because he knew the states would be more conservative. However, in our country, the way the legislative body works, federal law can then create an abortion that might have restrictions to it, or a right altogether that all the states must abide by. So I think the next level is going to be for progressives to stop thinking from election to election, act as quickly as possible, pass a federal law that allows for abortions to take place. And then their states will not have the power to overrule a woman's right to choose.
Sinead, I want to bring you in here again. What are you doing at this moment to try and ensure that the work that you've done is not reversed on the basis of what's happening in the US? And are you specifically worried about, you know, the next few months in terms of this, as you say, anti-abortion groups feeling emboldened by this?
Well, I think yes, it is a concern, but we did have a very kind of strong movement here in Ireland that had been building for many years. So I think it is a case of mobilizing that movement again, of centralizing the experiences of women and pregnant people, which was so important in winning our victory back in 2018. But I think one of the lessons that we're learning is that you can never take for granted these rights. That rights that are given can be quickly taken away, and that's why I think it's really important. It's been very, I think, heartening for us here in Ireland, and we want to all, I think all the activists here, express our solidarity with women and pregnant people in the United States, because that is how you win. Rights are not gifts that are bestowed by politicians and judges. They are things that we have to struggle for and take for ourselves. And I think, you know, the scenes that I've been seeing for the past 2 days are really inspiring, and I think they will inspire us here in Ireland as well.
Sinead, Gloria, thank you very much. Rights that must be protected and must be guarded, and I'm sure we'll be speaking on this topic in the next few weeks. We hope sanity prevails here. Thank you so much to both of you. Next on Connect the World, we'll go to Moldova, where the US ambassador is responding to fears over Russia expanding its war in Europe. Despite new concerns, the U.S. ambassador to Moldova says there's no evidence Moscow is planning an attack. Kent Lodgson, who you can see on the right of your screen, accuses Russia of trying to redraw the map of Europe at gunpoint, but he insists Vladimir Putin will lose. The EU is also looking for ways to offer military support to Moldova after recent attacks in the pro-Russian Transnistria region. Randy Kay is in the Moldovan capital, Chisinau. Thank you so much, Randy, for joining us. Good to see you. You've been speaking to the ambassador. What is he saying?
We spoke with the U.S. Ambassador Kent Logsdon, and we talked mostly about the security concerns and whether or not Moldova could be drawn into this war with Ukraine. And here's what he said when I asked him directly if Moldova is facing a direct threat from Russia.
We have looked at all the ways that we can try to support Moldova, but we don't see any indication right now. And we look at it every day, but we see no indication right now that there's any Russian plan to attack Moldova.
How concerned are you that that could change?
We're concerned every day because of the neighborhood. It's obviously of a great concern to people here. We try to do our best to assess what we see. And of course, anything that increases tension in the region is something that we worry about and take a look at. But we try very hard to make sure that we give good information and good assessments to the government of Moldova.
Of course, there's a lot of concern here, Eleni, because if Russia isn't doing well in Ukraine, some fear that Vladimir Putin may see Moldova as an easy target.
Yeah, exactly. He could cast his net wider. I mean, how do people feel about that possibility of being dragged into a war?
Well, we've spoken to people, certainly in some of the villages that are closest to Transnistria, that breakaway region that sits on the border with Ukraine and Moldova. And some people are packing their bags, they're getting their documents in order. Others have said they're going to stay and fight for their country and fight for their home. But we did ask the ambassador if there's anything that he can say to the people of Moldova that will calm their fears. And this was his response. What is your message to everyday Moldovans who see what's happening across the border in Ukraine and worry that Moldova could be next?
The message that I give very consistently is that we are good partners to the Republic of Moldova, to the people and to the government here. We have, from the beginning of this war in Ukraine, shared information as we've had it, and will continue to share information. Each time I'm out in public, each time I'm in a meeting, or I just meet with regular Moldovans and they ask, what's the situation? I make sure it's clear. The U.S. Embassy is here, we're open, we're operating per normal. Our families are here, we continue to work here. We obviously have to pay attention to safety and security issues, no matter what. Every day we worry about that, whether there's a war on next door or not. But in this case, I think we have to be particularly vigilant.
And of course, as you know, Moldova is not a member of NATO. It has applied for membership into the European Union, but it is not really in a position to defend itself. The ambassador said that Moldova has a very weak army with outdated equipment, but we did also speak to the foreign minister here in Moldova, and he said that they are certainly increasing the patrols at the border to try and keep the peace. They are even looking at the green border, as they call it, the fields in the country, making sure that those are safe, and also they are checking the people and the cars that are coming out of that breakaway region, Transnistria, just to make sure that there aren't any threats coming into Moldova. Eleni?
Randy Kay, thank you so very much for that update. Good to see you. Right, and thank you so very much for joining us. That was Connect the World. I'm Eleni Jaka. CNN's coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues after this short break with Zain Asher. Stay with CNN.
Hello everyone, I'm Zain Asher in New York, and this is One World. Russia is intensifying its attacks across Ukraine, targeting infrastructure throughout the country as it renews its bombardment of a steel plant in Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians remain trapped. The city's mayor says a fierce battle is taking place at the complex and that contact has been lost with the Ukrainian fighters who are still inside. The Kremlin says it is suppressing militants. Far from the Donbass region, Russian cruise missiles are raining down on central and western cities as well. 3 power stations were damaged in Lviv, which is a major transfer point for weapons coming into NATO countries. And for the first time since the war began, the westernmost Zakarpattia region near the Slovak border was hit as well. But despite intense artillery attacks on a number of fronts, Ukraine says that Moscow's ground offensive in the east has been largely unsuccessful. But it's still ruthless. One local official in the Luhansk region says Russian forces aren't just destroying Popasnia, they're removing it from the map. In Mariupol, where the latest pocket of resistance is coming under heavy fire, some civilians in the city are managing to get out. A new round of evacuations is currently underway. On Tuesday, more than 120 evacuees from that Azovstal steel plant arrived in Zaporizhia. Nick Payton-Walsh updated us on the situation earlier today.
As far as we understand, and I'm sure if the scenes being depicted by the mayor of Mariupol, Vadim Boychenko, are accurate, it's going to be impossible to get people out today. And I understand from a source close to the evacuation effort that it is more likely today that civilians from the wider areas of Mariupol will be the ones getting out in the UN-assisted efforts today. But this does appear to be a final, perhaps, certainly escalating onslaught by the Russians to that facility. 30 children thought to be inside. There could be hundreds of other civilians too. The people who we got out, who we spoke to, said that there were a number of separate chambers in the basement there, some holding 30 or 40 individuals, some counted in one chamber they were in 17 children. The numbers for one person are kind of outside of their scope of knowing because it's sort of compartmentalized like that. Ukrainian soldiers have been fending off Russian attacks for the past days, but it does sound like there's nothing quite as intense as the onslaught they've been seeing today. Airstrikes, artillery as well, and that loss of communications with those inside, a suggestion that something new possibly is afoot here, maybe a bid by Moscow to draw a line under this, a very savage one ahead of the May the 9th victory parades they want to put on annual events. Those Russia's Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu saying how they had, quote, reliably blocked that steel plant. But it is the final place of Ukrainian control in Mariupol, a city reduced to rubble by Russia's bid to control it, from which we've seen yesterday the first people emerge. But the question really being, can the wider effort to get people out of Mariupol with UN assistance grow? I understand from a source close to yesterday's evacuation efforts that in fact 50 buses were not used. They were part of the effort originally, and hoped to be filled up, but weren't actually filled up by evacuees, because it seems like the Russians focused on letting the 100 or so out of the Azovstal plant and not allowing civilians from the wider area into that convoy. We only saw 5 of those buses emerge.
All right, that was CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh reporting from central Ukraine. Let's turn back now to Russia's attacks on infrastructure in what the US says in an attempt to restrict the flow of weapons into Ukraine. CNN's Scott McLean joins us live now from Lviv. So, Scott, we know that electrical substations were hit, power plants, also railway lines as well. How much does this weaken and damage Ukraine's infrastructure at a time when the country needs it the most?
Well, Zain, the mayor of Lviv says that the strikes, at least on this city, there was severe damage. And so power was taken down to large swaths of the city for some time last night. We understand from the mayor's office today that the power has been restored. So it's certainly not insignificant. There were also some concerns about the water in this city as well, because the pumping station had lost power, at least briefly, before a backup generator had come on. But we're talking about a pretty widespread effort here across the country. The mayor says that there were actually 18 or 19 missiles fired across the country. Many of them, according to local officials in Vinnytsia and in Kyiv, were shot down by the Ukrainian missile defense system. Some others, like in Dnipro, like in Zakarpattia that you mentioned, and obviously the 3 here in Lviv, managed to hit. Whether they hit their target, it is entirely unclear. Many of the bombs as well fell either at or around railway tracks. In the case of Lviv, where I was, about 4 miles outside of the city yesterday, at one of those missile strike locations, the power substation that was hit was just adjacent to some train tracks there. Now, the tracks themselves weren't actually damaged because we saw a train go past at that time, but perhaps that was part of what they were aiming at. The Pentagon says that this is an effort to damage infrastructure to make it more difficult for the Ukrainians to get weapons across the country. And the Russians, by the way, Zain, they have made abundantly clear today, reminding the West, reminding Kyiv that any kind of weapons moving inside of Ukraine, even if they are delivered from NATO, they are fair game for missile strikes.
And Scott, you know, it's interesting because a lot of the areas that were targeted have been traditionally quite peaceful. What are residents saying about this? What should they glean from that?
Well, in the case of Lviv, by my count, this is the 4th time that the Lviv region has been hit. It's not like the city center has ever taken bombing or anything like that, but nonetheless, it seems to jolt people, to remind them that we are in the midst of war. Even though Lviv most days feels a long, long way from the front lines, these kind of strikes are a reminder that really nowhere in Ukraine is safe. And I think Zakarpattia is an even stronger example, Zain, because this is a region that has not been affected at all by war, save for the influx of refugees or internally displaced people, I should say, who are fleeing conflict in other parts of Ukraine. And so Zakarpattia, especially a mountainous region, one that doesn't have a direct line to the Black Sea, was hit. And so it was thought that perhaps this region was not going to be hit at all for the duration of the war. That obviously turned out to be false.
Yeah, certainly a wake-up call for residents there in Zakarpattia, as you talk about. Scott McLean, live for us. Thank you so much. As the fighting rages in eastern Ukraine, the scars of war are plain to see among some Ukrainians who defiantly chose not to abandon their homes. That includes an elderly woman and her 96-year-old mother, who somehow survived a Russian artillery attack. But another family member was not so lucky. CNN Sam Kiley has more.
Since Russian rockets destroyed her home and killed her brother, all she has left is her mother and her life.
All at once, grads started falling one by one. There were explosions everywhere. Opposite the kitchen in a house, the windows and frame blew into a room. We are standing there. My brother was making the sign of the cross, and I'm shouting. I turned away from him to look at the house, and then another rocket hit, and I was trapped under the rubble. I can't see my brother anymore. I fell, and I don't even know how I woke up and started pulling myself out. I'm all scratched and battered. I yelled, Vita, Vita, but he was gone.
Ludmila's home was flattened in Lysychansk during the battle for Rubizny, which is now in Russian hands. Putin's forces have been driving southeast along the Donetsk River and south from Izium. Russia's stated aim is to capture all of the Donbass, and that includes Luhansk and Donetsk provinces. The governor of Luhansk says that Ukraine can hold the Russians back, for now. But he says we need powerful long-range artillery, and that unfortunately is not here yet, and it could completely change the whole war. Without the heavy weapons already promised by the US and other Western allies, he says, the Russians will destroy everything with artillery and mortars. They destroy with aircraft, they use helicopters. They're just wiping everything off the face of the earth, so there's nothing left to hang on to. For Ukraine, this is an existential battle. Reinforcements are being rushed to the front lines, but there's no sign of the heavy weapons needed to block a Russian advance, much less reverse it. The doctor says Ludmila will be moved west for more treatment, but her fate and that of her 96-year-old mother is unknown. We simply cannot physically handle so many wounded with such severe injuries, he says. This elderly woman, a victim of Russian shelling that morning, joins the ward. And more than 13 million other Ukrainians have fled their homes to escape Ludmila's fate.
I was brought here naked. I have nothing at all. No money, no documents, nothing.
Yet her very survival is a small victory over Putin because she's been neither beggared nor beaten. Sam Kiley, CNN, in Bakhmut.
And if you would like to safely and securely help people in Ukraine who may be in need of shelter, food and water, please go to cnn.com/impact. There are lots of websites there and several ways that we list in terms of how you can help. The European Union could soon pull the plug on Russian oil. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is calling for a ban on all oil imports from Russia by year's end as part of a 6th round of sanctions. She acknowledges that it will not be easy, but she tweeted, "We simply have to work on it. We will make sure that we phase out Russian oil in an orderly fashion." And she reiterated that message to the European Parliament.
This sends another important signal to all perpetrators of the Kremlin. We know who you are. We will hold you accountable. You're not getting away with this. Putin must pay a price, a high price, for his brutal aggression.
Every member state of the EU would have to agree to this ban on Russian oil imports. Anna Stewart joins us live now. So it's clear that an oil embargo, Anna, will of course damage Moscow's revenue stream, but it's not as though the EU is going to emerge unscathed either. Both sides stand to lose from this. Just walk us through that.
And that's why it's taken so long to even reach this sort of level of proposal. And actually, the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, said earlier today to media that this is a double-edged sword, and he is right. There is a very high price for Russia. The EU is its largest oil customer. So while it follows in the footsteps of the US, Canada, Australia, the UK, this is more significant. Last year, Russia got $95 billion worth of revenue just in terms of oil from the EU. So it is very, very costly. Of course, when you look at removing all that oil, though, the EU is going to have to find nearly a third of all of its oil imports in replacement from somewhere. And for some EU nations, that is going to be much harder than others, which is why this has taken a long time. And it's not really over yet. This is still just at proposal stage. Zain?
And how hard is it, as you talk about, it's still at proposal stage, how hard is it going to be to get this approved and implemented?
Well, the fact of the matter is it has to be a unanimous decision. And there has been huge opposition in the past weeks, even from the likes of Germany, the biggest economy in Europe. That fell away, but still some smaller member states like Hungary remain opposed. And actually, we heard from the government spokesperson for Hungary just in the last hour. Here's what he said.
Very essence of decision making in Europe is consensus. Consensus only can be done if everybody agrees, and to be able to agree, you have to be aware of the facts on the ground. In our case, and in this case, we need to see how they think it can be done. We maintain, and we've been telling Brussels and all the European member states that on Hungary's behalf, it simply cannot be done as they require. As we see, we don't stand alone, as you rightly suggested, Slovakia, but also as we see the Czech Republic is having problems with this plan.
And there have been discussions, Zain, about an extension being granted to some of these countries that oppose it. Hungary says that a year's extension simply wouldn't be enough. They're talking about 3 to 5 years. Someone from Bulgaria, one of the Bulgarian ministers, spoke in a national newspaper to say if Czech Republic or Slovakia or Hungary get an extension, then they might ask for one as well. That would water down the effects of this. So seeing where this goes from proposal stage and whether it gets approved and whether it's still effective once exemptions or extensions have been added really remains to be seen. Zain?
Anna Stewart, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, President Joe Biden is trying to reassure Americans about the state of the U.S. economy. He spoke last hour as the Federal Reserve is meeting today to try to tamp down spiking inflation. It's expected to raise interest rates by about 0.5 percentage point. Mr. Biden said that when Republicans talk about the deficit, he actually loves it because his administration is on track to bring it down by a record amount.
Bringing down the deficit is one way to ease inflationary pressures in an economy where a consequence of a war and gas prices and oil and food and it all, it's a different world right this moment because of Ukraine and Russia. We reduced federal borrowing and we help combat inflation. This process is a great deal, is good news, but it didn't happen by itself.
CNN White House reporter Kevin Liptak joins us live now. Kevin, Biden, of course, touted the reduction in the deficit, but the fact is that consumers in this country are spending less. There are a lot of headwinds to the U.S. economy right now.
Yeah, this was really President Biden's attempt to look for a glimmer of hope, really, in the American economy, pivoting to this subject of fiscal responsibility, lowering the deficit, reducing the debt. It really remains to be seen whether that's a topic that will resonate with American voters, because, of course, this is something of an abstract topic if you're an American worker who is paying more for gas, who is struggling to staff your business. The president knows that he's facing very serious political headwinds heading into the midterm political season. So this was really his attempt to talk about these issues where he has had some success. Now, this event was billed as an attempt to talk about fiscal responsibility, but really, in reality, it was the president's a venue for him to kind of hone a political midterm message that he is expected to really ramp up over the coming months. And he talked about the MAGA crowd and the MAGA agenda, referring to former President Donald Trump and his Republican allies, trying to contrast his agenda with the agenda of Republicans. And you heard him take a question at the end about this abortion debate that has been heating up in the United States, trying to frame the Republican Party as a party of extremists, both on the economic front, talking about their favors for corporations, for cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires, and on abortion, trying to restrict the right to abortion in the United States. And so this was really mostly a political event for the president, really ramping up his rhetoric. And behind the scenes, White House officials, Democratic officials say that this is something that the president has been wanting to say for a while. He wants this contrast with Republicans who he say are in the thrall of former President Trump, because as this political season ramps up, President Biden himself is not on the agenda, but certainly his record is. His approval ratings have, of course, been sagging dramatically over the last year. This is sort of his final attempt to sort of resuscitate Democrats' political prospects going ahead to November, Zane.
Kevin Liptak, live for us there. Thank you so much. Right, still to come here on One World, North Korea flexes its military muscle with a ballistic missile test, how the South is reacting as it prepares for a new president. Plus, a key popularity test for Boris Johnson. He's won praise in Ukraine, but are voters at home still furious over Partygate and inflation? We'll discuss next. Japanese and South Korean officials say that North Korea has fired a ballistic missile off its eastern coast. They say it flew a distance of about 500 kilometers and a maximum height of about 800 before falling into the sea. It comes days after Kim Jong-un pledged to ramp up Pyongyang's nuclear arms development. CNN's Will Ripley joins us live now from Taipei. So, Will, this is North Korea's 14th weapons firing so far this year. It also comes 6 days before a new conservative government in South Korea is sworn in. Just explain the timing of this. What should we read into it?
A couple of things really significant here, Zane. As you mentioned, more weapons tests in 2022 so far than in all of 2020 and 2021 combined. This includes, of course, the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile back in March 24th to be precise. And this latest launch actually occurred in the same area in Pyongyang, the Sunan area. We don't know if it was an ICBM that was launched. Certainly the trajectory suggests that it could be when you're talking about flying nearly 300 miles at an altitude of almost 500 miles, landing in the waters off Japan. And as you also said, this is significant timing as well because this is a time of transition in South Korea. The new presidential administration takes over on May 10th. And President Moon really dedicated his time in office, his 6-year term, to try and bring about peace and a dialogue with North Korea. And there was some success, including the Korean détente for a couple of years during that period of diplomacy with first President Moon and then the former U.S. President Donald Trump. That all pretty much fell apart after President Trump walked out of the summit with Kim Jong-un in Hanoi, and they never really were able to pick up momentum since. And now you have a situation where analysts believe North Korea's nuclear arsenal is growing at quite a fast pace. And in fact, it probably was growing quietly. It wasn't displayed in military parades, but they were still building these weapons even during that period of diplomacy. So President Moon, now in his final days in office, promising a thorough response, calling on the United States and South Korea to strengthen their defensive posture. The South Korean National Security Council strongly condemning this launch, which they point out is a clear violation of UN Security Council resolutions. And you have them also calling this a serious threat to the peace and stability, not only of the Korean Peninsula, but also of the world. This is, as you mentioned, Zane, the first launch since a massive military parade that North Korea staged on their Military Foundation Day. That was back on April 25th. And at that parade, Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, gave a speech, and he had basically laid out his plan to not only grow his nuclear arsenal, but also other weapons as well. At this parade, they displayed a brand new type of giant ICBM, the Hwasong-17, which is believed to be capable of delivering multiple warheads to a target almost anywhere in the world, something like 95% of the world, potentially in striking range, including all of the United States, all U.S. territories, also multiple giant rocket launchers, submarine-launched ballistic missiles. But Zane, Kim Jong-un in that speech also said these are not first-strike weapons. These are not weapons that he wants to use. He views them as deterrents to protect the national sovereignty of North Korea, but he says he's not afraid to deploy these weapons if he feels threatened by his enemies, which, of course, the number one enemy from the North Korean point of view is the United States.
Will Ripley, live for us there. Thank you so much. On Thursday, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson faces his first serious ballot box test since the Partygate scandal. Voters in England, Scotland and Wales will cast ballots in local elections, while Mr Johnson is seen as embattled at home. He is drawing high praise from Ukraine for response to the war. But that will that convince voters at home to stick with his Conservative Party at the polls? CNN's Salman Aziz brings us this preview.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson is on the campaign trail, trying to score a win for his Conservative Party in local elections. Polls open Thursday. In England, nearly half of councils will hold a vote. That's more than 4,400 seats up for grabs. And in Wales and Scotland, all council seats will be contested. Key issues include the COVID crisis, a rising cost of living, and the Partygate scandal. Despite holding multiple lockdown-breaking parties during the pandemic, Johnson insists his Conservatives are fit to lead.
The greatest asset that the Conservatives have are conservative values. That's what really matters, and I think that's what people will be focused on.
After an investigation, London police issued more than 50 penalty fines, including one to Johnson himself. Another inquiry, led by civil servant Sue Gray, found a failure of leadership at 10 Downing Street and a culture of excessive drinking. The British House of Commons is set to carry out a third investigation into whether Johnson knowingly misled Parliament when he denied violating any rules. These elections, the first held since the scandal broke late last year, will be seen in part as a referendum on Johnson himself, this expert told us.
It's a very, very bad night for the Conservatives on Thursday. Then the chances of some sort of leadership challenge will definitely become higher. So in that sense, it will be treated as a referendum on his leadership by the people who get to decide his future.
It's polling week, and in the last few weeks...
For months, Tories have consistently trailed behind opposition Labour in the polls. Now the pressure is on for party leader Keir Starmer to make the most of this political moment, or he could face backlash from his own ranks.
This is the cost of the Conservatives. 12 years of their failure. Britain deserves better. And Labour in power delivers real change.
The Conservative Party could lose dozens of seats and control of key local councils, potentially damning results for Johnson.
So these elections will be treated as a signal about where the British public think the country is going under Boris Johnson's leadership and whether or not they want to see a change of course.
At stake, the future of one of Britain's most controversial prime ministers and the future of the party that led the UK out of the EU. Salma Abdulaziz, CNN, London.
A court in Virginia could hear testimony from actress Amber Heard as early as today in a defamation case brought by her ex-husband, actor Johnny Depp. On Tuesday, Depp's attorneys rested their case while Heard's legal team began presenting its side. Their first witness, a psychologist who testified that Heard suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder after being sexually abused by Depp.
Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
Johnny Depp has denied accusations of physical violence and testified that Heard was actually the abuser. All right, still to come here, it's a race against time, getting more weapons through to Ukrainian fighters. Ahead, a retired US Army Major General is here to talk about the latest on Ukraine's battlefields. Hello and welcome back to One World. A Ukrainian official says the UN and Red Cross have evacuated more people from the besieged city of Mariupol. The regional governor says a new convoy of buses have left for Zaporizhia, but didn't specify if it was carrying people from the Azovstal steel plant. Mariupol's mayor says that more battles have broken out at the facility, where hundreds, by the way, still remain trapped. The deputy mayor of Lviv says the city has completely restored electricity after it was hit by missile strikes on Tuesday. Russia attacked 3 power stations in the area, including this one you can see on your screen, that actually ended up catching fire. It also struck rail stations in the center and the west of Ukraine, causing severe damage to infrastructure. The European Union is proposing a ban on all oil imports from Russia as part of a 6th round of sanctions for the war in Ukraine. All 27 EU member states would have to approve the ban, and at least one, Hungary, wants to know how its energy security would be protected. As US President Joe Biden waits for Congress to authorize a $33 billion aid package, he's praising the Americans actually manufacturing some of the weapons for Ukraine. On Tuesday, Mr. Biden toured a Lockheed Martin facility in Alabama. It makes Javelin anti-tank missiles that Ukrainians are using to defend themselves. Here's CNN's Alex Marquardt with more.
The stunning success the much smaller Ukrainian military has had against the Russian invaders would not be possible without the billions of dollars worth of U.S. and NATO weapons flooding into Ukraine. Notably, the thousands of easy-to-use, highly portable American Javelins and Stingers that for more than 2 months have taken out countless Russian tanks and aircraft.
Sometimes we will speak softly and carry a large javelin, because we're sending a lot of those in as well.
So many, in fact, that now the U.S. inventory of Stingers and Javelins is running dangerously low.
The closet is bare. Just to give you one example, the United States military has probably dispensed about 1/3 of its Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine.
While the U.S. wants to give Ukraine what it needs, Pentagon war planners must balance that with not letting supplies dip below what the U.S. needs.
I think we're at that moment now with Javelins and Stingers. The recent aid packages have not included any more of these missiles. To me, that indicates that the war planners have raised a flag here, and the civilian leadership doesn't want to exhaust these inventories further.
The Biden administration has just requested almost $5.5 billion from Congress to replenish its stocks. But the Pentagon insists the aid packages for Ukraine have not hurt overall U.S. readiness.
We will never go below our minimum requirement for our stockpile. So we will always maintain the capability to defend this country and support our interests.
1,400 Stingers, about a quarter of the inventory, experts and lawmakers say, has been committed to Ukraine. The Stingers manufacturer, Raytheon, which also makes the Javelin, says it no longer has some of the electronics parts, so the Stinger needs to be redesigned.
We have a very limited stock of material for Stinger production. We've been working with the DoD for the last couple of weeks. We're actively trying to resource some of the material.
The new phase of fighting in the flat and open eastern Donbass is changing the fight. Fire! The U.S. has just committed almost 100 howitzer systems and tens of thousands of artillery shells. But it's the Stingers and Javelins that have had the greatest impact. And now, according to manufacturers, getting back to pre-Ukraine inventory levels is going to take years.
I'm concerned because the production lines on these weapons have been marginalized. We weren't consuming them. Now we've suddenly given a lot of them, sold a lot of them away, and we need to get that production started.
There is no weapon more synonymous with this war in Ukraine than the Javelin. The U.S. has sent around 5,500 of them. There's even been a Ukrainian song written about them. But they take around 3 years to be produced. And with so many going out the door to Ukraine, with no end to this war in sight, that is why President Joe Biden on Tuesday called on Congress to pass the $33 billion of supplemental funding to not just make sure Ukraine has enough of these weapons, but the U.S. as well. Alex Marquardt, CNN, Washington.
All right, let's bring in retired U.S. Army Major General and CNN military analyst Dana Pittard. He's the author of Hunting the Caliphate, America's War on ISIS, and The Dawn of the Strike Cell. Thank you so much for being with us. Just explain to us how important these Javelin anti-tank missile systems are for the war in Ukraine, and especially when it comes to just turning the tide in the Ukrainians' favor.
Well, good afternoon, Zane. The Javelin anti-tank missile is extremely important. We've seen what devastating effect the use of the Javelin by the Ukrainian troops against Russian forces that were trying to surround the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, what effect they had on the Russian forces, specifically their armored vehicles, their tanks, their support vehicles, their artillery. So they have an effect. Now in the Donbass region and eastern Ukraine, which is much more open, where there are even more Russian tanks and armored fighting vehicles, the Ukrainian troops certainly need the Javelins to fight them there also.
All right, so they're a game changer. Let's talk about these attacks we saw in Lviv yesterday. You know, Russians attacking power plants, electrical substations, railway lines as well. Why target these sites now? What's changed exactly? I mean, these attacks are happening in part of the country that has traditionally been considered safer.
Well, it's a larger view from, I think, the Russian forces. It's a little bit more operational and strategic view, which is what they're trying to do is inhibit the movement of troops, of supplies, and of equipment that are coming from the west through western Ukraine to get to the, we'll call it the Eastern Front in the Ukrainian war. We're also seeing from Russia the possibility of Putin declaring war on Ukraine so that he can get even more reserve troops and more conscripts into it. What Russia lacks right now is the number of troops that they need, and what they're trying to do is prevent the supplies being moved from western Ukraine into eastern Ukraine.
So what do you see happening exactly on May 9th, about 5 days from now?
Well, on May 9th, which will be the 77th anniversary of the end of World War II, and in Russia it's called the Great Patriotic War. It's a huge celebration. What many analysts are saying is that Putin may use this opportunity to declare war on Ukraine so that he can call up the reserves. What he also wanted to do was declare victory, which he is not going to be able to do. They may be able to claim some limited objectives. But I want to get to your point about firing missiles into to western Ukraine. That is something that is preventable. If the U.S. and NATO establish a humanitarian assistance zone in western Ukraine, from the north from Kyiv all the way to the south of Odessa, all the way to the west to the Polish border. And by putting in air defense systems, NATO troops on the ground where there are no Russian forces at this time, and a no-fly zone in western Ukraine, that can prevent that, which won't allow Putin and Russia to be able to just lob missiles anytime they want to in western Ukraine. That is preventable.
There are consequences, though, for example, to a no-fly zone, though.
There are consequences to an extent, but it's in western Ukraine where the Russians currently are not. But at some point, the U.S. and NATO must deal with Russia. Right now, what is intimidating the U.S. is that Russia has nuclear weapons. So does that mean that every time Russia wants to do something and aggress against another nation, that because they have nuclear weapons, we will not do anything? There's still things we can do short of having a war with Ukraine.
A war with Russia, you mean?
I'm sorry, a war with Russia, thank you.
Right. Okay, I mean, obviously that is controversial, but I do want to talk about the Belarusians, because they've actually announced large-scale military drills today. Do you see the Belarusians becoming much more directly involved in this war? What are your thoughts on that?
I do. Again, the problem set that the Russians have right now is they do not have enough troops. So I'm sure that Putin is pushing the Belarusian leadership to provide more troops. Belarus is already on notice for allowing Russian forces to attack from Belarus into Ukraine. So as far as I'm concerned, they are combatants. So it would not be far of a stretch for Belarus to also get involved. The question is, if Belarus gets involved, what will NATO do about it? Will NATO continue to be intimidated by Russia?
So, I mean, What is the right way? I mean, you talk about a possible no-fly zone, and that has been touted before. Obviously, President Zelensky wants that, but of course there are consequences. Nobody wants to go to war directly with Russia, and that's what a no-fly zone could mean. But what is the right way for NATO to step up its defense of Ukraine without being directly involved and dragged into a full-scale war with Russia?
Well, there are some things that can be done. Some things that NATO is doing is, providing weapons, some limited training that's going to take place. But Ukrainian forces need more than just weapons. They need to understand the systems and employing them. That's where the possibility of having military advisors on the ground to assist them that can stay out of actual combat but can still assist them. But the no-fly zone that I'm talking about is a humanitarian assistance zone just in western Ukraine. It's not over all of Ukraine, but it's in western Ukraine where the Russians currently are not. That would be short of a war between NATO and Russia directly. But at some point, we have to act like we're not being intimidated by Russia. Russia should react to our strategic initiatives and not their own.
Okay, so you think that the compromise would be just doing it in the western part of the country and not all over Ukraine. We have to leave it there, unfortunately. We are out of time. Dana Pittard, live for us. Thank you. And thank you so much for watching One World. I'm Zain Asher. African Voices up next. You're watching CNN.
Pansula is a dance out of South Africa that was created during the country's apartheid era. It requires quick feet, coordination, and creativity. I would show you some steps, but I think our next changemaker can do it better. Pansula helped him gain international recognition and provide inspiration for his community.
I use Pansula dance to connect to the world because dance is a universal language. My name is Tebodi Petro. I am a Pantula dancer from Johannesburg in South Africa, and I am a change maker.
Teboho Difelo, more commonly known as Tebsa, is a professional Pantula dancer, teacher and choreographer from Soweto. Pantula is a uniquely South African dance culture born out of the townships, serving as a response to political and social issues.
When I was a child, I used to be exposed into dancing a lot. During that time, dancing was like the most in thing, you know, it was either dancing or playing soccer. When I started dancing, I was in primary school, but then there was this jukebox in the hood in Naledi, Amsia. We'd find a lot of dancers there. So I was always on the corner there or leaning against the wall, watching these dancers, taking turns inside the circle. So according to, in love with like the scene there, it was amazing. It requires a lot of discipline. For you to remember actually the movements, you need to focus a lot. And what I like about Pantula is not just a dance style, you know, it's a dance for the people.
After discovering the dance movement at a young age, he went on to get formal training at the Pantula dance company, Shakers and Movers.
So I went there, Lord, I got inspiration, and I met this guy called Stembiso Makanya. He was like the best Pantula dancer. So I got an opportunity to be taught by him.
There's a lot of guys that I've worked with and I've changed their lives, you know. But now Tebsa is a kind of different character for me because he puts love into this and he invests in this. You know, he's different in that way, you know.
His hard work paid off in 2018 when he won a Red Bull competition in South Africa.
You find a lot of dancers coming from different dance genres to compete for a prize, you know, or for a title. So 2018 was like my first time competing in that platforms. Sometimes Pantula, it is not taken serious, it is not in those bigger platforms, and I know that a lot of Pantula dancers, they are looking up to me, so I had to give them hope, I had to give them inspiration.
After winning, he received a wildcard entry into Red Bull's International Dance Contest.
I went to compete in Paris, in France. So it was like a big event there. You'd find the best top dancers in the world coming from America, China, everywhere. So then I never won the competition, but I felt like a winner because I got to expose Pantula to the world.
Today, the genre remains an expression of the times and an identity.
Remember, after the 1950s, it was this racial segregation. But with Pantula, it's like a universal language. So it's one thing that makes people united. You know what I mean? It has been part and parcel of like the South African history as a way of resisting. The apartheid regime wanted to separate us, but Pantula brought us together. Yo, so that's what's so special about this craft.
Today, he's made it his mission to promote Pantula and educate the next generation of dancers.
Hands up, hands up, hands up. We're trying to bring positive change into the community. They respect us for what we do to the kids and to the community, because we're in a place where it is not easy actually, you know, to make it.
We can ride, we can roll. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Well, now we're in Naledi, in a Naledi Community Center. This place right here, it's where talent is nurtured, you know, it's where these kids are developed. Without Mada, I could have not been here. So I see the importance of having a mentor in your life, you know, somebody that cares.
Tepsa is a Pantula specialist, teaching, inspiring, embracing the Pantula dance culture. He's also encouraging a new generation of girls to get into the scene. Lee Lenela is an ambitious, passionate Pantula dancer and Tepsa's dancing partner.
The only rose among thorns, her name is Lee. So it's rare to find like usually ladies in a Pantula. But for me to start the crew with a lady, it was interesting because I wanted to, engage a lot of people. I'm always interested in seeing ladies, challenging themselves into male-dominated industries. So for me, it's like, okay, I'm gonna prove the point to this cliche of, dancing with only guys. So I'm gonna bring a lady there, and we're gonna do it big. So I started with her. We pushed as a duo, went to competitions, we made our mark, and we got people interested.
So I've been dancing Pantula since 2007. I think I was 13 years old. As a female Pantula, it hasn't been an easy journey. To speak in my experience as black females from the communities that we come from, it's very taboo to want to actually do dancing, especially this dance style, which is Pantula, because it is male-dominated. Time went by, people are adapting. So for me, I could say Pantula became an escape. And in 2013, I was just sitting at home. Tepsa came to recruit me back. Like, we need people for our crew. Would you care to join? And then I could say that in that moment, that's when he actually saved me.
Her unique talent and coaching by Tepsa has allowed her to skyrocket in the scene, becoming a co-founder of the dance crew Intellectuals Pantula with Tepsa.
So we've been together as Intellectuals Pantula for like 10 years now. Usually we didn't find a solo Pantula dancer. We always do the dancing in a collective because it's a dance for the people. As Intellectuals Pantula, we do a lot of things. We always look at ways that can, sustain the crew, the organization. So we do a lot of things. Firstly, we sometimes go to busk in town. Some of the activities that generate income, we sometimes busk. We sometimes do workshops into different places. We do corporate gigs and stuff. We do theater. We do our own merchandise.
Tepsa created the brand Smart Pantula with Pantula dancers specifically in mind. The clothing the Pantula community wears not only allows for easy flow when dancing, it also allows them to express their culture through their clothing.
There are a lot of people that are buying Smart Pantula and they're giving back to the culture because as soon as we get the money, we always invest back to the culture.
Sneakers are a huge part of Pantula culture. Vuya is a local South African streetwear sneaker brand that has endorsed Intellectual Pantula. Endorsements are a big part of how they survive, and more local brands are seeing the value and brand reach in the well-established Pantula dance groups.
As you can see now, we're rocking our kitchen suits. This is like the popular Pantula identity costume, As soon as they see us rocking this, they know it's about to get down. We have Pantulas here around. So we love kitchen suits because it's part of the history, It has like a very profound history. They are made here in South Africa. You didn't find it anywhere else.
Pantula basically defines who we are. It defines our lives because we grew up in the culture of Pantula. And like from as a young kid, you wanted to have an identity in the township.
Tepsa wants to take Pantula to theaters, telling stories through the dance form.
I would like to promote more Pantula, more to the people. I'm one person that's interested in telling stories, So I find myself, I really want to see myself doing theater, because it's one point where you can actually communicate effectively to the audience, Otherwise, with corporate, you just have to do those spectacles. But with theater, it's more about storytelling. We're in a world now where opportunities are limited, so sometimes other people measure success with material things. But for me to get to express myself as a creative, traveling the world and sharing South African indigenous dance styles is my definition of success, and I'm actually living my dream.
If you're trying to do any of those dance moves at home and you need another look, head over to our website to replay this full episode. I'm Aritopo, and I'll be back next week with more change-making stories.